What's going on, everybody? Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, all of the lovely viewers and people out there, to day 51 of D&D with I&B Curse of Strahd, the episode we are calling today Ravenloft Revealed. That's what I'm talking about. I got the alliteration going on. I hope everyone's doing well and is looking forward to a Saturday stream of Curse of Strahd and a lot of D&D goodness. Before I get there, though, I do want to remind everybody about ways to support us here on the channel. If you haven't done so already, please make sure to follow us here on the channel. Please check out my YouTube with !ArvTube, where you can check out past broadcasts of this and other streams. !ArvCord will get you to my Discord channel, where we've had a number of people jump on as of late, so that is growing, which is lovely to see. So please be one of those, be one of the cool kids. !Arv ArvCord for that, and then of course the website for that is arvaneleron.com. Also, my Twitter is !ArvTweets, and I would very much appreciate people coming over and following me over on that account as well, because I will always tweet when I go live, and various things that are happening in my life, publishing, family, music, teaching, some occasional gaming, obviously streaming, some occasional politics over there as well. On the financial side, !Arv Shop for the merchandise area, where you can get Infinity and Beyond material, and where you will get be able to get Adventures in Middle-earth material as well. Soon you will be able to get Esper Genesis stuff over there too. That's !Arv Shop. !Arv Treon is the Patreon, where you can get awesome stuff both for the channel as we continue to move up towards things like a new Arvanaut Idol, like another Talisman tournament, stuff like that. And you can also, of course, get cool stuff for yourself. A copy of my band's one of my band's albums, a character background written about you, a epic poem written about you, even a professional writing critique, possibly, of course, inspirations to help the players in all of our campaigns on a monthly basis. Remember that now on the Patreon, you can actually subscribe to that, and I'm still looking into your question about this too, by the way, Echo, but you can look into this annually. So basically, if you subscribe to it annually, you can lock your support down for a year, and you can save 16% over if you did it just month by month. So if you know you're going to be supporting for the next 12 months, and you up for 1 year, then you can actually get that overall price will cost you less than if you had just done it on a monthly basis for all 12 times. So you're sacrificing a bit of flexibility for a bit of a cheaper upfront price. So it's up to you how you want to do it, but I think that's a cool thing that Patreon has added. So please come over and support us over there. Same thing as with the subscription system. They have a system where you can actually gift, and I believe subscribe on a 3 and 6 and maybe even a 12-month basis also. And if this is your first stream that you are going to subscribe to, you get 20% off that first time Twitch subscription. So there's that as well. So all of that stuff makes a difference, and I really appreciate anyone who is able to jump on board and be a part of this. And last but certainly not least, publishing stuff, Icarus, for details about my Icarus and Jelinek graphic novels. Those have been going out now to reviewers and to various people that I hope are going to be doing some blurbs for it and so forth, and we're going to release that in the retail release, the retail edition, which is going to be coming out on November 10th. We have a few pre-retail versions still left over at the Athos Arts website, so if you head over there with that Icarus, you can pick those up. Library, thank you for posting all that, by the way, Echo, is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, where you can check out my D&D 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment, which is doing really well over at DriveThruRPG in PDF form, and is soon going to be in print form. And if you are on the Kickstarter, you will notice that they just posted the proofs finally from our printer, which means that we're very close now to the things actually being printed and shipped out. A lot of delays because of the pandemic and stuff like that, but nonetheless, we are going to get this out to people, and I'm very excited for the print edition, which is coming very soon. Believe me, no one is more excited than me to actually hold it in my hands. So that's Library. And then, of course, we have Gray Shade KS. I'll be announcing very soon, within the next day or so, whether or not that Kickstarter is going to be happening in October, or whether it's going to be pushed back to February. So I will let you folks know. And again, I'm very excited about that project, but it may have to stop back to February. We will see what happens with that. And last but certainly not least, of course, BLM, Black Lives Matter. Again, as I've been talking about, extremely important that we keep our focus on this, along with trying to keep ourselves safe, along with getting registered to vote, and then getting our vote in early if we can do so, if we live in the United States. Along with those things, we also need to make sure that we're also keeping focus on BLM, because Black Black Lives Do Matter, and we want to assert that as much as we can here. So that is a link that gives you information about resources, educational information about how to educate yourself, allies, children, etc., and also, of course, places to donate and the like. So all of that makes a difference too. Schedule, we've got D&D with INB tonight. Then tomorrow, as a reminder, the premiere of Sound Clash the Clampdown. We announced our cast yesterday. A tweet went out about that from Brandon O'Brien, who's the GM and designer of this particular game. Some of you in the Discord may have noticed that a few of those people just jumped on board, and so we were like, thank you very much, and gave them their own channel where they can hang out and talk to each other, just like the other people in the campaigns have their own channels too. So yeah, very exciting. That is happening tomorrow. Please note the 1 hour earlier start time. We're going to be starting that at 7 p.m. Eastern instead of 8 p.m. Eastern, so it's starting at 7 p.m. Tomorrow, Sunday, just like the Speculate Twitch joint events and all that kind of good stuff. So super excited about that. That's going to be awesome, and you will definitely want to check that out. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you should look. Coming soon, I will have posted the Masters of the Dungeon from yesterday where we spoke a little bit more about that. So please make sure to do that as well. Having said that, oh, you just changed your membership? You changed your membership on the Patreon to annual nonstop? That's awesome, dude. Thank you very, very much. That definitely makes a difference. Yeah, I really appreciate that. There it is, the pledge. The pledge comes through. There is the annual pledge. Thank you, Nonstop, so much. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. I wonder if that actually shows up as being like an extra boost up front. Because it technically shouldn't, right? Like it should say... It does, though. That's kind of cool. So it just looks like, oh, this month you got that. I'm like, well, that's not exactly what that means. That's weird. All right. Well, anyway, I hope that... I don't know how they're doing that. Regardless, I appreciate that very much. It looks really awesome, just sort of sitting there on the screen. So thanks, dude. I appreciate it. Yeah, I just think it's a good way. You know, it saves money for people, and, you know, it means that I can know that that money's going to be there. So thanks, dude, very much. I appreciate it. Nonstop has always been super generous, as many of you have been, and I've always appreciated the fact that Nonstop is always like here and on GOG is just reliable, you know, and that's really awesome. So thanks, Nonstop. I appreciate that. Hello, JLC. And hello also to Trish, to Echo, to Mrs. Dunsel, to Lone Wolf, to all the folks who are in here. Rudnell, it's good to see everybody here. So yes, we've got that schedule going on tomorrow. Then Monday, we've got Emberwind, and then Tuesday will be the Patreon Field Chat Chosen Game of the Month, which is Tron 2.0, and then D&D with GOG Storm King's Thunder, and then on from there. And also, tomorrow's my last day of, in quotes, summer, because tomorrow I start back up, or Monday, I should say, I start back up with the fall semester, which is going to be ending much earlier than normal. So that's why it's starting earlier, because they want to get everybody out of there by Thanksgiving. Sigh. And I definitely am not liking the fact that I have my summer cut short by 2.5 weeks for multiple reasons, but it is what it is, right? As the current command something in chief decided to say. It is what it is about everything, so it seems. But that's okay. It helps that I actually like my job. I just would have preferred, you know, more time instead of the way this was set up. But it is what it is. And now we are ready to move on to this amazing D&D session. And so I'm going to unmute myself so the folks know that we are ready to go. I will apologize, as always, for interrupting them with whatever they were doing.
Everything, and then you sit there and they cook your food on this table. It's amazing. Mongolian barbecue. Look it up. It's fantastic. It's wonderful. What do you want?
Nothing like cooking beef on telephone poles. That's
right.
very...
Beef on telephone poles. You can see the full crew is here.
This beef is larger on the inside.
The full crew is here.
That's a police box, anyway.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to allow them to, I'm going to allow everybody to introduce themselves, and then I'm going to do a very special streamer introduction, courtesy of Echo Alpha, who, as you see there, has come out of retirement because of a special one tonight. So it's great to see everyone.
Of course you're going to allow it.
But I will allow everyone to introduce themselves first, beginning with the gentleman who is to the right on the screen as you look at it, dear viewers at home. Also, hi to our audio listeners too, and that, of course, is Trendane Sparks. Tren, how are you? How's
audio listeners?
How's life in the universe with you? I gather that since you're with us, that means that you must have power. So I guess blackouts have not been happening much yet. Knock on wood, or
yeah, it's really smoky. You can't see the mountains near my house.
Is it really? Yeah,
like 1.5 miles, maybe.
Jesus.
You know, I've got friends who have lost their homes.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy.
You get that. You get 2 hurricanes hitting you at once. I mean, like, it's all kinds of crazy.
Yeah,
the world.
and worse. But
yeah.
Anyway, so you already introduced me, so I guess I don't have to now, right?
Well, you can tell us what you're doing and all the cool stuff. Like, for example, a certain audio book series that you are doing some work on for a certain gentleman that is in this call right here.
Right. So he just told you about that, so I don't have to tell you about it.
It was so generic. Can you give us details?
Oh, sure. Yeah, you just said introduce. Okay, so yeah, Trent Sparks. I'm an audiobook narrator, voice actor, personage who works for one of the guys over there. I am in the process of narrating a saga, a BattleTech saga.
That sounds like a lot, Trendane.
It is quite a bit of.
Oh
stuff.
dear.
It's an incredible. I still haven't muted the stream yet, so I'm hearing us talking with a bit of a delay.
What to do? You me mean.
It's closer to like a 2 or 3 second delay. So it's no. Anyway, yes, I'm in the process of narrating a BattleTech series called
Great Ass Legion.
Good job.
The Great Ass Legion.
Yes.
No, Great Death. The Great Death. Don't say it so fast, John. I can't pick it out. I'm old.
This is why I sign these and don't do them myself.
A new book
Right.
of Catalyst,
That's
the
why you
Great
don't
Ass
let-
Legion.
Yes.
That's why you don't let the low-ranking members of the clan name the clan,
Right.
because then they call
You
it the
get a
Great
back
Ass
name
Legion.
podium.
Can I'd like to lead that legion. Please, thank you.
It's like Star Trek Lower Decks, but with big
Yeah.
necks. Just
Not
sort of like,
volunteers.
I'm here
Yes.
with Great Ass
Not
Legion.
volunteers. I will lead that great ass legion to great ass things.
You've got some kind of gall. That's right, Great Ass Legion gall. Woo!
So yeah,
Oh my God.
and
Anywho.
on occasion I play D&D with these people. Obviously, one of whom is Sod.
Yes, Saad, who is, and so are you the only place on Earth at the moment where we don't have disastrous weather events of some sort going on right now, Saad, or are there other
Probably
disasters?
weather-wise, yeah.
Hey.
I don't know. I saw blizzard conditions in Oberon.
It's
Wow.
starting to warm up here now, which is good.
For a
So,
while,
100,
it's good.
110, whatever.
Yeah, I know, right?
45 degrees
Yeah.
Celsius.
Well, I heard
All me?
in the US, Death Valley hit its hottest temperature or something.
Yeah, it hit
Noise.
It's like-
north of 40. Like I think it hit like 45.
Yeah, it's like
or
100,
something.
which is like 50 something.
Or 50.
Living
in
up to its
Celsius,
name.
in
Yeah.
Celsius.
So that's why we call
That's
it.
pretty crazy.
We don't call it
We don't get-
unconscious
Don't
valley.
worry,
Right.
ladies and germs.
We
It's
get
just
that
the
hot.
world burning. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's all as it's supposed to be.
Wow. It's just amazing that temperature. How would you? Anyway,
You'd leave.
You don't.
Yeah, you wouldn't. How would you do there? You wouldn't do there. You would leave.
There's a
wouldn't do
reason. There's a reason. There's no real estate out there. There's,
I assume there's also literally the reason why it's called Death Valley.
Death Valley.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's not
Might have
called.
something
It's not
to
called
do with it.
Coma Valley or Unconscious
Like
Valley.
Cozy Valley.
Discomfort
Come to Cozy
Valley.
Dirt Nap Valley.
Dirt Nap Valley.
Ravenloft
That's
Valley.
the-
All right. That's what we're
There
talking
you
about.
go.
2020 Valley. Actually.
There you go.
20 Valley.
Oh God.
That hurts. Why?
God, please save us from
Perhaps
this.
you don't cry.
Please, God, save us.
Anyway,
from this.
Saad, who are you playing today?
I don't need to do an intro. I'm just going to say Sod_ on Twitch. I play a half orc,
Yeah,
paladin, undead, vampire, Oleg Dennett Corker gets. Oh, there you go.
Spam fire. What? What is that? Eats a lot of spam and
It
gains
smells
power
good,
from
though.
the spamming. Okay.
Always good to have Saad with us. And of course, you will see Saad again for some Emberwind coming up on Monday, as you will also see the gentleman, I think, right?
No,
that this
it's
Monday?
next Monday. Nope.
It's not this Monday. It's
One
next
week
Monday?
off. 1 week off. Yeah.
Oh, 1 week off. All right.
31st.
So,
One of our players is on vacation.
That's
so,
right.
yeah.
Then you will see Saad. That's right. So we think we talked about this. So then you would see Saad, I guess, this Monday for the
Temple of
premiere
Elemental
of Temple of Elemental Evil, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Grumbler's
Gromnir's-
Guide to the Temporal.
Grumbler's Guide to Temple of Elemental Evil. It is pretty funny because that's the tag is Grumbler's Guide. So basically, Gromnir goes to every like Temple of Elemental Evil, Death Place, Doomville. Like he's just like, how
That's
about we go here?
hilarious.
So he's going to be
Otis
exploring
Spark.
that on Monday. Yeah, I forgot. I'm very excited. About
I've
that,
never
actually.
played it, so
So good.
expect to be hit by lots of traps.
Yeah, absolutely. With
Needles to
in
the
eye.
eyes for everybody.
But when they play with Emberwind, they play with the GM of the gentleman that is right next to Saad, and that, of course, is John Helfers. Hello, John. That's true. I understand there are no major weather events at the moment where you are. I understand. I
It
don't want to
is
leave Wisconsin
cloudy
out. You know.
and 76. We had some rain today, but not a lightning, hurricane, firestorm
Right.
like other places are happening.
Sounds
So
like a
it's actually-
disaster place, John.
Exactly. Just a
Disaster.
total shit pile. Exactly. No. Yes, I am John Helfers. I am the Executron editor at Catalyst Game Labs.
Secutron.
Which Trend does really great work for us. Also, we have 2 days ago our latest audiobook, which I was trying to get a link for, but my stupid iPad would not give it to me, is Makeda Red, written by Jennifer Brozek and narrated by the incomparable Lisa Lee. Just went live as a full Shadowrun novel. And Lisa does a fantastic job. Not that Trend doesn't. Trend does awesome for us. We're very happy with him. But we can't clone Trend to do all the books, so we need more people to do the books. So that's how that works.
Can you
But,
imagine? Trent's like, well, this is my 30th book this month. And
Anywho, I'm playing Django Lucky, reanimated Vistani Warlock. And we are currently skulking around, I can't believe I'm saying this, Castle Ravenloft with Agatha. So that's cool.
You
But
were
we're in
supposed
Castle
to tell them.
Ravenloft,
You were
which is not
supposed to tell
cool.
them. No, John. You were supposed to tell them we went back to Kresk again. That's what you were.
One more
We bought a little store
We probably-
and set up
Tell
as
them
merchants. As what merchants?
we were
We're now merchants.
Going to a
yes.
little fair, buying some, knickknacks. To get, we want to bring, Strahd a gift. A bottle of wine or something.
Yeah.
that's
Swarming, really.
yeah.
After all
Yeah.
these
No,
years.
that's it.
You
We,
know,
we forgot the gift. We forgot the dinner gift.
No,
We gotta go back.
No,
We gotta go back.
the gift is in chat. I just put in the link for Makita Red.
Thank you, sir.
Oh,
Cool.
perfect.
Awesome.
So he's like, I was going to destroy you, but once I saw you brought me a Shadowrun Audible book, I was very
See, there you
pleased with
go.
you, Wellerpale,
Exactly.
and so I have decided to turn this entire castle into a studio. No, but very, very good to have John with us as always. And did you say that did you introduce Django? Did you talk
Yes.
about that, or just did that?
Wow,
Okay, good.
even
I
the
wanna-
GM not paying attention.
No, literally,
It's
I was
gonna
like
be a
looking
hell
at
of
two
an
things
evening.
at once. I apologize.
Yes, I did.
It is always a pleasure as well, especially now that the internet apparently is, knock on wood again, furiously functional again, at least for the moment, in Rob's place. Rob, it looks like you have internet. At least I see you and you're
It
moving.
does.
So that's
I was
that's a good
able
sign.
to. Good Lord! After that, our vocalist session on Tuesday, which the timing was hilarious. It was like, and we're in.
Boom. Yep.
Let me just end that for you. That'll be great. Yes, not to go like down the endless rabbit hole that is my internet issues over the last week and a half. I was able to do a 3-hour stream today, so that was mostly just to make sure that everything was working and also to get started with Mortal Shell, which has already been out almost a week now, and I haven't been able to play it on stream because I've had no internet. So, hi, I am GC Darkside Rob. I am a professional video editor, Twitch streamer, musician, composer, voiceover person, thingamadoohickey, and maker of silly noises out of my mouth can and other things. I am very happy to be back with the Infinity Beyond crew because I'm going on vacation next week to a beach that is very well and goodly socially isolated with no one around it and away from all technology as far as I can for a week to try to pretend that the issues of the world don't exist. But in the meantime, I'm happy to be here playing Dr. Mason Rockwell III, and Dr. Xavier, human blood hunter, level nine, number nine, or double eight, one of the two. I catch me on my Twitch stream playing Mortal Shell and making music tomorrow and Monday. If all my internet continues to be working as it is right now. Until then, that's it for me. And Dot.
Yes, and last but certainly not least, coming, well, in quotes, vacation, although,
Yes, my vacation.
with
we all know.
with Dot, it's never exactly that.
Vacation.
you
It
know.
was like half there, half not.
No,
Yeah,
it was a little.
took my rig with me. It's fine.
It was a little bit of
I
vacation.
didn't work one job.
You
There
did
you
not
go.
work one job. I got away from
But picked
one
up
job
2
that I had.
others.
Yeah,
to
exactly.
make up
I-
for
But I did 3 other jobs, and
I didn't work one job.
also I now run a boutique in the following place, and I like what? Anyway.
I did. I also sat on an isolated beach. I had some tequila. That was vacation. I did that. It also rained in Florida like every afternoon, like it's been doing in Georgia. So that kind of killed the beach vibes. But it was chill. It was chill. I'm back.
You're back, and who are you for those who do not know for some reason who you are?
I'm Dot, y'all. I'm Little Red Dot online. I play games and I tell stories with cool people like this. all over the place. That's what I do. I have a new podcast. That's a cool thing that's happening right now in my life. I have a new podcast out. If you like dark mysteries and vampires, I have a podcast for you.
Everyone's
We
like
don't like
mysteries,
Bird,
no
you need to
vampires.
know.
Oh well, all right.
Yeah, I have a podcast for you. Yeah, it's called Stitch of Fate. You can find us at Pod by Night on your, podcast choice device, or a device of choice. So, yeah, go check us out. It's pretty cool. Mark Mears in it. That's pretty sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Voice Commander Shepard. That's pretty cool. The Bubbernaut, another great Twitch streamer and friend of mine, and Mathis Games, who runs the Chilluminati podcast, which is like a conspiracy theory comedy podcast. It's wonderful. Anyways, you should check it out. It's been great. We dropped episode 2 Friday.
Good
Such
stuff.
a shame that all the conspiracies are now right out in the open these days. It's like you don't
I know,
need,
right?
they're not, you don't
That
need
was
a
last
podcast
week.
anymore. They're just like, did you check the Washington Post
Have
tonight?
you woke up today?
Yeah.
Like,
Did you all,
have you-
did you all
Did
see
you walk outside?
the news headline of that the day before the election, NASA announced that there is an asteroid that's heading towards the
Yeah.
Earth, and then people are like, "What?" And then you look and you see that it's actually 6 feet in diameter. I'm like, "Oh, okay, well but still, the point is just." If you had
Yeah, but-
asteroid hits the Earth before Election Day on your 2020 bingo card, congratulations, you've gotten the advanced,
Where
Sim
is it gonna
Sim
hit?
2020.
And what's the impact of it?
I still
It's
want to meet
probably-
that guy.
if it's-
that had
it's likely it's gonna
Cyclone.
burn. Are they saying it's likely going to burn up in the atmosphere because
You know,
it's so small?
if it
Yes.
doesn't, and it happened
Okay.
to just go to a place that rhymes with Barra Blago, Florida, I would be fine with that. If it just happened, I'm just saying.
That
Anyway,
sounds like a lovely place, though, Arv.
very much
I love
so.
a place that sounds like a throw up.
Can't
That's a
build a wall
lovely.
on top of you, can you?
Blah,
Anyway,
blah.
who are you playing today, Dot?
Oh, right. We're here playing a game. Like I said that I do sometimes on the internet. I'm Dot. Hi.
With vampires.
I'm with vampires.
With vampires. Very true.
I'm with vampires.
It's been a super long day. I've been doing these extra streams for Dragon Con. If you guys want to check that out, speaking of next weekend, that's where I'll be. So I've been
Excuse me.
streaming since 11:30 in the morning.
You-
So it'll be great. I'll cross my 12-hour mark with all of you. Don't you feel special?
Aw, kind of, yeah, actually.
Today, no, I'm playing Agatha Massey. She's our Duskel druid. She's a little affected by lots of things.
That was an interesting place to take that. It's a little affected.
Affected. She's an affected woman. She's affected by the actual land of Barovia and Strahd, of course, like most of us, but it's affected her body. And then, she kind of took on a power to save her man crush. So she looks like a corpse now.
As you do.
Like
You
you
know.
do in Barovia.
Like you do it like you do
Like
in Barovia.
like you do in Barovia. This is how we
Let's
do it.
do it like they do
Um,
on the Barovian
It is
channel.
always a pleasure, of course, to have Dot with us. So, two things that I want to note very quickly. I don't actually think this person is in chat right at the moment, but we'll be coming here. I'm going to do this streamer introduction just a second. Before I do that, though, I want to mention that our music today, for some of this, I did this also with the Adventures of Middle Earth stuff as well, is going to be provided by a company that we have a new arrangement with, which is Green Forge Studio.
We've spared
and this
no
is
expense.
tavern music, but it's also a lot of the music is just frankly good for typical peaceful music, which doesn't always fit with the Barovian theme, but we will try to throw a couple of those tracks in there so you can get a sense of what it's like. This is a really, really neat new kind of thing that we're doing that is working with them. We license their stuff so that all of our campaigns on this channel, including Emberwind, I've already sent it along to Sod for use in that, but also for Adventures of Middle Earth and for any of our other campaigns, including Community D&D as well. I also sent it to Shadowed. All of them can use this music, and hopefully we're going to get others from them too down the line that I will try to license also. They have forest music coming and other stuff like that. And what I like about it is that it is an actual orchestra that recorded all of this, and as someone who happens to like real instruments and not just always digital stuff, I'm not saying, with apologies to Rob, I also like the digital stuff, but I think Rob would agree. If you can get an actual legit, orchestra to do the stuff, that's even cooler in terms of sound and everything else,
Budgets suck.
For
man.
sure. No, I get it for sure. But in any case, yes, unfortunately, Hilness, the channel points inspiration have been taken by Gigafrost and Aranth were the two who used those this month. So anyway, I wanted to give a shout out to them. Again, Greenforge Studio. This person also is from Boston, and represent. I'm all about that. So that was the first thing. The second thing is that we have a special thing that we want to do tonight in honor of our friend Kilobyte. This would have been Kilobyte's 40th birthday today. And so it seemed appropriate for Echo Alpha, who sent this to me, to do one of his inimitable stream introductions in honor of our dear departed friend Kilobyte. The video that you just watched at the beginning of the stream, of course, and this overlay that you're seeing right now both of those were done by Kilobyte, who passed away as a consequence of diabetes earlier this year, and that's, of course, what we dedicated ARVCon to. So I'm going to read this through before we get started, and I want to thank ahead of time Echo for doing this because it was a nice idea and it seems appropriate. So, a curse still lingers. Its foul stench reeks. But pushing forward, our party has ventured to and arrived at Castle Ravenloft. Trendane, Sod, John, Rob, and Little Red Dot, to the homestead of one Count Strahd von Zarevich, a sadistic fiend who has caused torment to so many people and villages. And it is soon that he shall feel the surge of courage and bravery, for they are coming. But elsewhere in another realm, in the realm of the real world, another curse roamed. One amongst many, but one which claimed the life of one dearly departed friend of ours, Diabetes. For what is about to be said, it is said with our thoughts about a great man and bite. 40 years ago today, a being was born, a bite was created, and to many that bite was cherished. Still today, that bite is cherished, whose words always provided guidance to many, whose acts of compassion were always inspiring, whose struggle never held him down from being himself. His creativity brought joy and inspiration to so many, and today it would have been his 40th birthday. We wish you a happy birthday, Scott. We do not know what he would have said to us, but we like to think he would tell us to keep fighting, to thrive for a better day, to speak out against injustice, to speak out about our problems to friends and to family. To keep that within ourselves would only corrupt one's own mind and soul beyond measure. And while Kilobyte may no longer be with us, we will always know his spirit and bite remains with us. Once more, we wish you a happy 40th birthday, and will one day be victorious over the enemy that took you away from us. And with this, I leave behind the immortal words of Albert Pike once more: what we have done for ourselves alone dies with us. What we have done for others and the world remains and is immortal. Thank you, Echo. Nicely said. Very appropriate. And I do often find myself, especially when I'm preparing for any of these streams, thinking about Kilobyte. So thank you, man. I'd like to think that, as the presidential nominee Joe Biden said, that they stay with us in our heart, even if they are not with us physically. That said, let's move on to Curse of Strahd, and we will fire up a little bit of this music that I mentioned before. Let's go with this one, which is called...
Screams of Agony. Oh, sorry.
Nope. This one is called The Last Lord of Dragonwood, actually. You also got to love, by the way, an album with music that's like songs that say things like, I know an ogre, fair and true. Like, I mean, come on. Like, that's too good. Anyway, So, in our last session, the party has indeed pushed its way through to Castle Ravenloft and has finally arrived there after preparing a plan for how they are going to engage with Strahd. And the problem that they have is that to be able to deal with Strahd, they've got to be able to bring some weapons to bear against him. They have the ally of Mordenkainen, one of the great mages of the Forgotten Realms, on their side. They also have, of course, Von Richten, the great vampire hunter, who has sworn that he will be there also to aid them. They have, of course, been allied with the Dusk Elves, led by people like Casimir. They have been able to ally with others from across the Forgotten Realms, the village of Barovia, for example, across Barovia, I should say, including the village of Barovia and the young Burgomeister there. And they have the Sun Sword, the great weapon once wielded by Strahd's brother, which can be brought to bear and used against Strahd himself. But Strahd is enormously powerful, especially on his own ground. And so the party needs more than this. They've also got to have things like the Holy holy symbol of Ravenkind. They've got to have things like the Tome of Strahd, which gives them knowledge about Strahd and how to use it to ensure Strahd's destruction. But the problem with that whole holy symbol of Ravenkind thing is that they don't have access to it right now. It is sitting in an invulnerable bottle, which can be accessed only by Little Weller, who was annihilated thanks to a fireball courtesy of sorry?
No, it was a flaming skull.
The flaming skull, which was firing off from the wall. And so, unfortunately, that means that Little Weller has been destroyed, and Big Weller doesn't know how to get him back again. Or at least didn't before a couple of options were presented to him. The first was to die himself, to be killed and then resurrected, and killed first, then have the bottle shattered, and then be resurrected. That is rather unpleasant, and of course it's no guarantee that everything's going to work exactly as you would intend. And so the party had two other options that they then considered. One, which was suggested by Mordenkainen himself, was to go to find the skull of the Silver Dragon, who once stood above the Silver Dragon who fought with the Knights of the Silver Order at Argynvostholt, a place where the party had been earlier on. Problem is that the dragon skull is in Castle Ravenloft, and so they need to get that skull, and then, with the use of Agatha Massey and a carefully cast Hippogriff spell, get back to Argynvostholt and replace the dragon skull where it belongs, thus casting some light over Barovia, striking a grievous blow against Strahd, and perhaps allowing them to gain a wish, which would allow them then to create this homunculus and get access to the bottle. That's one option. The other option, which they discovered right before our last session, was that Weller's old teacher, the one who gave him information about and gave him instruction on the best use of psychic abilities and taught him what he needed to learn about the world of the mind and how to use that mind to his will. Also, however, lied to him and caused him to torture his best friend to death. And for this, Weller has sworn eternal vengeance against him. And if any of you saw the session where Weller took his anger out on lycanthropes, werewolves in the cave, you'll know that Weller doesn't mess around when it comes to vengeance. The problem here, of course, is that that person has been brought to Barovia, Shorik Rist. And Shorik does know how to create this homunculus. In fact, I believe was the one who told Weller before, right? Gave him the scroll. And so was the one who created this before. And so Mordenkainen, who discovered that he had been brought back to Barovia, said one option would be to track down Shorik Rist and try to get the information of how to create this homunculus from him. Where was Shorik Rist last seen? Guess where? Castle Ravenloft. And so the party has a couple of options in terms of how they want to approach this. So the party knew they needed to go to Castle Ravenloft, and they went accordingly with the following plan. Agatha and Django would try to sneak into the castle and basically search around the castle while trying not to be spotted or building up attention from its deadly inhabitant, while at the same time, and we'll talk about why the deadly inhabitant might not know that they were there immediately, looking for a couple of things. First of all, the dragon skull, and presumably if they happen to see Shorik Rist around, they might also, let Weller know that too while they're searching around. That was their plan. While they're doing that, Alec and Weller would go through the front door and accept the invitation that had been given to them by Strahd a long time ago, for their use. And so Weller and Alec went in separately. Meanwhile, Mason would wait out with the horses out in front of the gate, waiting for the armies that have been assembled by the messages of the ravens that the party is called for. The village of Barovians, hopefully they will all come. The ravens themselves. The people, the barbarian tribes from Kresk. What else did we have? The armies. Anyway, you get the idea. Armies from various places
The Ravens.
to meet up with him and the ravens themselves. And the way that this will work is that in the meantime, Mordenkainen and Van Richten will distract Strahd and make it so that Strahd would depart and basically go to find them, thus leaving him, as it were, as the cat away, allowing the mice to play. At the very end of our last session, this plan was in motion, and Agatha and Django, after a little bit of a close encounter with the fireplace, had gone in through the cracks through the windows, had found themselves in a dining room where there was a teetering over tiered cake that looked like a wedding cake, long since filled with cobwebs and dust, and several instruments in the room, including, and this is why I'm playing this song, a harp. As they looked at this harp, 3 single notes played off that harp, and having heard this and gone, wait, what happened? Weller and Alec heard those 3 notes in the courtyard as if it were played right next to them. And as they heard those notes, none other than Mason saw, I should say, a great cloud of what looked like ravens flying towards him, again in accordance with what had been arranged, and flying over his head, not arranged before, was an equally large group of what looked like bats. And so as we begin our new session, we have basically split the party successfully into 3 separate bite-sized 3 equally valuable, powerful groups, allowing us to move into what happens next.
Blood bags.
So, since Mason is currently
It's a
sitting on
foolproof
his...
plan. It's a foolproof plan.
Yeah, it's a foolproof plan. I don't see what could go wrong.
I can kill myself.
Since Rob is temporarily away for just a moment, he said, I am going to start actually with Weller and Alec then, having heard those notes. And I am going to bring us back to the map where they are. Let's see.
I'm just saying, I don't want to be referred to as a mouse. I'm more of a pine marten than anything else.
Okay.
Hey, come on, you're not that small.
So here they are, and you have just heard this ding, ding, ding. These 3 notes playing. The rest
are
of
now
this music
entering
that
the
you're
halls
hearing
of
is
violence.
not actually being heard, but yes. What would you like to do?
I said you are now entering the halls of violence. Those were the notes from Demolition Man. I'm certain of it.
I could have done.
Wait, you heard that?
Yeah, that's what I thought he was.
Yes, didn't you?
I thought it was just the wind or something. So that sounded like
Aha.
I didn't see anything. I'm looking around to see if I spot a harp. There's no harps anywhere,
No?
obviously.
As you look above you, though, as you're kind of looking around,
Is there a harp above us?
just as you hear those notes, there is a moment where, as the rising moon reaches its zenith, as I believe I described it before, you notice for a moment that the moon is blotted out by this dark cloud of what looks like flying creatures, presumably bats, flying extraordinarily fast to the west, over the castle wall and out towards western Barovia.
That's a lot of bats.
Yes.
Do you think the plan worked?
I don't know, but I'm trying to remember what a group of bats is called. It's not a flock.
It's a boot.
Just,
I'm sorry.
I don't know. Just a swarm of bats.
I think it's a swarm. I think that's bees.
Oh.
Certainly not
Anyway.
a dar. A dar of bats.
Have you figured out what a dar is yet?
No, nobody's been able to tell me. We've got yearlings, ducklings, darlings. What is a dar? That doesn't make any sense. I don't understand. These are the things that go on in my head. Anyway,
Do you think we should
figure
perhaps
out
look
what's
around?
going on. Yes, I think I'm. Yeah.
So which way you want to go? North or south?
Well, you know, when you and I first met, we were both heading south. I think we should do that.
All right, sounds good. And we'll start making our way around just to kind of get a lay of this castle area, interior,
Okay. So
exterior.
I'll have you head. So you're going to head to the south there.
Yep.
Okay. All right. And let's see. Mason, be aware I'm going to come to you next. after
Is that
this.
music still playing as we're moving? Is
No,
it
I was
actually
good. This
just-
music you're
Cool.
hearing is just lovely music from
Okay.
Greenforge. But no,
So it only
just
just
those
played for
3
about
notes.
those 3 notes. Okay.
That's right.
So I thought it was like a full-on song being played and then stopped.
No, that is correct. For more quills, 29 quills. Any more and I'll be a bird soon. That's a frightening thought. Thank you for the tier 2 sub, Echo. I appreciate that, man. 29 months. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, so let us reveal
probably go with him.
more of what you see. Are you going to go with him?
Yeah, probably should.
I guess.
I suppose. Okay.
Sorry, just trying to get like a lay of the
Yep.
area. And if there's any
Absolutely.
windows or anything out of the ordinary.
There
that
is a
spot.
door, which I'm going to describe in just a moment.
There have
Um,
been 2 so far.
That's right.
Both of them were locked.
That is right. Okay, give me 1 second.
But those look like windows.
Okay. Yeah, I agree, Mrs. Dunn. Music is really good.
That,
I'm really pleased with this music. Okay.
Audited architecture class really paying off for Weller right now.
Okay. That looks like it comes from the deep Strahd Roman period. So there is a massive
Gothic. Greg,
Gothic, yes. Well, presumably.
Come on.
I mean, that was just too. That's just set. I would assume that they wouldn't call themselves Gothic, right? They'd be like, "What?" That's like the standard.
What?
A massive wall. Give me 1 second. Okay, good. I have that set.
Massive
right.
wall and a
A
castle
massive wall.
away.
A massive wall juts out to connect the outer walls of the castle with the keep, and you can actually see that massive wall here. There is a 20-foot wide, 20-foot tall archway, which offers passage through the connecting wall, but is blocked by a rusting iron portcullis. So you can actually see a little bit on the other side that there is more courtyard and wall and building over here. But at the moment, it is blocked by that thing, which I'm going to show chat too. Right over there. So there is a rusting iron portcullis that is there.
I'll just walk up to it and see what happens if anything opens up. Like,
Are you trying to
Creepily.
lift it or not?
no, just walk over to it and see if I can peek through, see if I spot any living person
Or unliving person.
or unliving. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So as you look through the thing here, you can see that there is definitely more on the courtyard. You can see more of the tower wall and so forth over on this side. You can see. You might even be able to get a little more than that. So you can see this on the other side. The main thing here is that it mostly seems to lead to an area kind of behind the keep, and it's, or not behind it, but I guess to the side of the fortress, basically. And since there was no door in front of you that was clearly able to be seen when you first entered the courtyard, you know, if something leads into this place, hopefully it leads in from around here somewhere, because it's
Yeah,
or
there's
you know,
no
the other side.
levers for this portcullis or anything like that.
There are not any levers. I mean, it's a, you know, it's rusting, but the bar is such that you could try if you wanted to lift it up. You don't know anything about
I'd give it a little tug just to see. if
It's not
like-
actually locked, so I'll need you to make a strength check, but it's not locked.
Ooh, that's true. This is perfect for Oleg.
Gonna ask if Weller could assist.
And I'm gonna fail for Oleg.
Yeah, I
Oh
don't-
no, there we go.
Weller
19.
just be hanging off of it while he's pushing.
Yeah.
So you're able to do this, and and it's heavy. Obviously, it is definitely heavy. But you're with your strength, pull it up, and you're able to, you know, hold it up high enough that you and Weller could sneak through. Weller could get through, and then you'd have to sort of like, you'd have to jump through, but you could do it. But it's definitely going to fall behind you. You know, it's going to close. Like it's not
Yeah.
going to stay up.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Should we go through or go back the other way? What do you think? You gotta think up quick because it's pretty heavy.
Let me consider the options.
Oh, put it down.
What if I tickle you first? No,
Not recommended.
I didn't think so. So why don't we check the other side before we commit to going into this one?
Okay. I'll pop
Good.
it down
I was
gently.
going to say that before you picked it up.
Unless we've got like something to jam with it, actually. Just trying to think. Have I got anything to jam it with? No, I don't. I've got no torches left because I gave them all to Weller to use.
You could prop it open with Weller, but that would be kind of missing the point, I think.
Yeah.
Yes and no. I mean, Weller could just make a telekinetic staff and put it in there. And it
How
would just
long
sit
would it
on
last?
As long as he holds it.
But I mean,
As soon as he lets go, it disappears.
well, right,
and
okay.
falls
So either
down,
way,
but
yeah. Gotcha.
Just put it down gently, and then
Okay.
let's go look around the other way then.
Yes? Is that what you're going to do?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Long travel all the way.
So you make all your way all the way back around to the other side, and you notice that this area is rather symmetrical. you will not be surprised to hear that there is another one of exactly kind of what you just saw, another one of these portcullises, that are also right here and are currently, it's rusting and closed, but as you just sort of do an experimental, it's not locked either, Alec. Oh, and I should show you beyond it too. It is a little bit different on the other side, and I will show you what I mean. So first of all, you can see up here, like this, that in the courtyard, you can see that there is a set of double doors of some kind off to the left. And let me bring chat over there so they can see what you're seeing. So there are a set of double doors over here. You don't know what those lead to, but they're not... Well, you don't know. I mean, they don't necessarily seem to attach to the main building. The main building itself, however, does have an area that you can't quite see over here. And there may be, more stuff there or not, depending. So it looks similar but not identical, basically, to what was there before. And I actually can show you this because there's a...
Yeah.
sort
Well,
of
at
a
least
roof.
this side has some doors at the end of it. Do you just want to go through this way then, if it's unlocked?
If it's unlocked, sure.
It is unlocked.
Alright.
You'll need another strength check if you want to lift it.
It's not very practical if they're going to have people inviting, just... Hey, 15.
Yep, that's enough. Just enough. Managed to lift it again.
So let's go. On
Weller steps through and puts his quarterstaff in the way. He's like,
All right, come on through.
That's going to hold it.
It will.
All right. I'll just go through and just see it.
I assume all
Does
the
it
way.
actually
You
do
don't
it?
stop underneath it, do you?
No, I'm not going to
as he's
test
standing under, going,
Okay.
I'm probably even taller than the staff, so
Probably.
I'll probably be the one propping it up. All right, so I'll go through, and
Okay.
I assume I have to. Is there 2 portcullis? So I have to do the other one as well, or is it all?
No, it's just one in the middle.
Okay.
So
All right.
once you're through it, that's
Yep.
all.
So
on
I'll
that
go
side.
through and just watch as well as staff just props it up and just be shocked. Wow,
Okay.
that's didn't think you could do that.
and he lets go and it disappears. And
The slam. So you're now on the
Noise.
other side of this.
All right, let's continue on. All right, is that a door there? Was that just? part of
It
the
is
castle?
not a door. That is
Okay.
a little bit of the wall. You can see there.
All right, let's go to this door then and just have a look.
Okay, when you
Just
go over
going to,
there,
there,
you can see that there is actually a couple things. There is a door. Let me bring chat down there. There's actually a door that is behind you.
Oh, it's open.
And yes, appears to be. And there also seems to be what looks like another portcullis right here, which seems to be leading down to a further area in the keep. And you would now have getting a sense. I mean, of course, you knew this before,
Yeah, it loops
but
around.
it's big. Yeah, it loops around, but it's also sizable. So that's what you're able to see from there. But there is a door as well, just a single door that's right over here. I'm not revealing that, did I? Here, let me...
That'll. I think that one there. It looks like 2 doors there or something. Or is that part of the?
I
Uh-oh,
thought it
did-
was a veranda.
Okay, yeah, it's working. So that's as much as it's meant to reveal at the moment. Then
Alright.
there is a door there.
Well, that one's open. Should we just check it out? Well,
Yes, I'm sorry. I was just imagining a piece of meat tied to the thread and being pulled along. Sorry, go ahead.
alright,
Also,
before
I
do
should
that-
say in this, the one other thing I want to note about this, by the way, is that this is these towering walls around you. This thing to the north here looks like it might be some kind of a carriage house, maybe. Because
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out. Like,
Yeah.
if this is like a stables or something like that for the horses to go into.
It looks like it might be, and there are these hinged wooden doors, and across from the carriage house there is a slender wooden door reinforced with iron bands, which lead into the keep. So this thing that's over.
Meow. Meow. Yeah.
Let me see. It's sorry, it's a little. Again, I'm using a 3D map when they mean another kind of a map. Yeah, it would be right here. The one that I kept mentioning. And there is again this sort of an area.
Can I just
down
put my
here
ear
that
to
we've
this door next to us?
Sure.
That's the north, and just see if I can hear anything through there.
Sure. Go ahead and make a perception check for me, please.
18.
You do not hear anything. There's this slight, kind of movement of the wind and so forth around you, but you don't hear anything coming from within those doors.
Well, I didn't hear anything through there, but could just be really thick doors. I think we should just check out this open one down here, I think.
All right.
So we'll head down to it and just carefully see if we can peek around the corner or use some kind of cover to...
Are you talking about which one here?
Yeah, that one
Okay.
there. Yeah. It's there, yeah.
So, so do you want to listen to it or at
Yeah.
the door? Okay, so go ahead
First
and
thing,
make a perception
listen,
check.
if it's closed, yeah.
Yeah, it is closed at the moment.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
All these
Wow.
perception rolls
Okay.
and strength
You
checks.
hear all. You hear all things.
20.
All right, let me switch the song here quickly. I'll give you one more, and then I'll switch to something which is a little bit longer. So that was the Reigns of Rune Castle, also from that same album, and this is the Gloom of Fairhaven. So I am a fan of these. Okay, good. So when you put your ear to and listen to this, you don't hear anything in particular, although there is a kind of the door itself almost feels like it's slightly vibrating, Alec, as you're sort of just listening to it with your hand against the door. Your hand is just slightly vibrating just a little bit, as if from some rumble coming from within the castle or within the grounds or something like that you notice most on this door. Very faint, not very perceptible.
And the door
but-
is this is just a basic wooden one with the
A wooden
brace
door,
on,
yep.
Is that what you
Yep.
wooden door. Okay.
That's right.
So just like I'll kind of like well, put your hand on this. Do you feel it? Oh, he's gone. No.
He does not feel it. You turn around to your horror. Weller has vanished.
Vanishes.
He
all
has
over.
stepped away from his computer. He will return.
All right.
shortly.
So it's just vibrating. Oddly.
Just slightly.
I don't trust it if it's doing that. Is the wall next to it also vibrating? Like the braces around the actual door? frame?
Maybe, but it was so faint that the reason you were able to pick up on it, besides an excellent perception check, is that it's the wood that was vibrating and its hinges, whereas the sort of walls next to it are more stable, and so
Yeah.
you maybe sense it a little bit, but it might just be kind of like a phantom of what you're just felt with the wooden door. It's very faint. For what that's worth. So now Weller's back.
Hey, well, you should feel this door. It's weird. It's vibrating, just faintly.
We'll go over and put his hands on it. And
And-
sample the funky fat beats that are resonating through the door.
And I think with Alec pointing it out to you, indeed, it does feel like there's just the slightest vibration. Almost if you had like a coffee cup, or a glass of water, you might be able to see the ripples on top of the surface of that water. But it's nothing extreme, and you probably wouldn't have noticed it if Alec hadn't pointed it out.
Not liking the idea of this door. I think we should probably try another door. Unless you're willing to open it, do you think we should?
We were invited.
All right. I'm going to use my terrible expertise at trying to see if the door is like trapped or any kind of obvious mechanism.
Okay.
No, I'm completely inept at doing.
Yeah, let me have you make an
this.
investigation check. Are you gonna? I'm just curious. Are you going to just
Here it
reach
comes.
your eye down and kind of look
Exactly
at the?
what I was thinking.
Yes, I'm literally going to do all of that. Yes. Yeah.
Somewhere in your ancestral memory, you're like, it seems like a bad idea. I don't
All
know.
right, here we go. 3.
So you like stand up and like stab a needle in your eye. No.
Right. Yeah.
It seems fine. I mean, it's just the door has that slightest vibration. You would never have noticed it almost, as I say. Very, very faint. So, seems okay.
As you're inspecting it for traps, Weller's probably like,
What are you doing?
it's just
I don't know.
whatever.
It's
It's just
You say like the
Just
mime, like
weird vibration. I thought it might be trapped or something. I don't really know how to look for traps.
Yeah.
Do you know how to look for traps?
Well, I think probably what you just did as well.
Think we should try another door just because this one's a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah, all right. Maybe we go back to this one over here.
okay.
So I'm gonna try and because I listened to that already.
Yes, you have.
I'm gonna just see if I can open it. See if it's
These are not actually closed. I mean, rather, I should say not locked. And so when
Yes.
you open it, the doors swing
very
open
cautiously.
and a herd of nightmare horses.
to reveal a sleek black carriage, which is fitted with glass windows and brass lanterns. It is, in fact, the same, or looks the same, as the carriage that you took to get here. But there are no horses here, and nothing else obvious within this place, just the carriage.
But the carriage that we came in, it waited out the front of the castle.
Yes, it did.
didn't
And then it turned and went back.
And then it turned and went back. Yes.
Man, we could have a look in here, see if there's anything of use. What do you think?
Of use to whom?
I don't know. Maybe you left something in the carriage that we could use.
Pocket change, yes.
So, do you want to head in and we'll head in and have a look? Just to see if there's anything in the carriage or
Okay.
anything of use that we may be able to find.
Sure. Are you looking at the room or more of the carriage itself?
Well, you want to look in the carriage and I'll check around.
All right.
All right.
Okay,
Well,
so I'll look around.
I'll have you. Actually, I'll go with you first, Alec. Go ahead and make an investigation check for me as you're looking around the room. What are you looking for, by the way? Like just anything
Just
in
for
general? or-
any tools, anything interesting out of the ordinary. Maybe, I don't know, maybe there's a secret button or just weird objects.
Yeah.
or even torches. Like if there's some spare torches, I'll take a couple of them.
So there are no torches in here. The light that comes here is from the light that I mentioned that's around the inside of the courtyard,
Yeah,
from
yeah.
those torches there. You don't notice anything else of that sort. And one other thing is, you've been in carriage houses and stables and places like that before, and usually there are, there's little mud or straw or the
Yeah,
tracks of
it's
it.
weird
It's
stuff
none
like
of that.
that,
This
yeah. place
place looks pristine. It's like you could imagine in some far alternate future a showroom where they show shiny vehicles inside that's what this looks like. There seems to be, it almost looks more like a showpiece, although as Weller is looking around, it also seems like everything is in pristine oiled condition, as if it is ready to be used at any type. At any point. Well, I'm going to have you make an investigation check for me also. Although I want to know from you, are you like opening the doors, looking underneath it? Like how are you investigating this, Weller?
It's a thorough investigation.
Okay.
And we're, as far as Weller's concerned, we're nearing the end game. It's he's got to check everything.
Okay.
Not that Weller wouldn't check everything anyway.
I was going to say, what's the difference? This is like double Weller. All right. Well, let's have you make an
It's a
investigation
very
check,
thorough
please.
investigation.
Yes, quite. 28.
Wow. Okay. So you discover the
We
manufacturer
said it was a thorough
was
investigation,
30
didn't we?
The maker of the right wheel had a daughter who was well, there are a couple of things that you're able to determine from this. The first thing is that the glass windows are absolutely clean. The brass lanterns are, shiny as if they were polished, although they're not lit at the moment. They're just sort of hanging there. And the carriage itself looks to be in, beautiful condition. The thing that's weird is that you can't determine what the carriage itself is made of. It almost feels like it ought to be wood, but it's harder than wood. It's almost like petrified wood, which seems impossible. It should be stone, but stone would be far too heavy. So it's made out of some strange, unusual material, which seems both strong and resilient and very new looking and shiny, basically. The inside of the carriage has these beautiful red velvet seats, again, similar to the ones that you came in. It looks as if it's just rolled off of the carriage making, line, let us say. But yeah, you don't see anything.
Friends Barovia, when you need
Yes.
to go somewhere in style.
The Model T.
Model B.
Model B, yes.
Exactly.
A wheel for the best
Well, I
wagon in
haven't
all the
found anything,
realms.
Weller. It's just, other than this is pretty clean.
Quite so.
I wonder, do you think, I don't see any horses here, or skeleton horses.
Don't summon yours. Mason's still sitting on it.
Oh yeah, I don't know what's happening with it right now. I know he's still
Thanks,
up.
guys. I appreciate that.
I wonder if
Good
that
looking out.
building has the horses in it. Is it big enough for? Is that big enough to have horses like stable in it? The horse? That
Maybe,
doorway?
well, probably not. I mean, maybe single file, one at a time, but it
Yeah.
certainly doesn't look like a normal way that would, It's
Yeah.
possible, yes, that the door might be big enough, but it would be an odd place to put the horse, I guess, based on what you know.
Yeah, it
More,
just seems
far
very
more
odd.
sense to keep them both in here with the horses before the cart.
I guess it's just weird.
So's Barovia.
I'm trying to figure out what the point of this is if he's already got a carriage outside.
Some
Anyway.
families have 2 cars.
I guess if you're rich enough, yeah. Anyway, should we head on?
Yes, probably. Very good glass in this.
Just let me
Very
know.
popular mode of transportation in Barovia and in the Sword Coast.
Just let me know as you're departing which direction what area you're heading
Think
towards. Are you
we'll
heading back towards that
probably-
door, or?
Skip that door and head south to the. What do you think?
I have to go south to get out of this room. Yeah. Now. I have
Should
to
we
go
just
another-
ignore that door and just go down through this portcullis?
Let's at least look through it and see what we might see on the other side. Not that I don't have a perfect map of the exterior of Castle Ravenloft in my head.
True.
Oh, so there's a door down there?
If it's something we can see from the outside and hasn't been changed since that model was made, I know where everything is.
All right, so I guess we'll just go down this way and see if there's a door. We'll go try and go
Oops,
through it.
kind of went through that.
We'll probably do that. So if you want to switch to,
No, I was just gonna say that. So as you head down to look for the portcullis, I'm going to switch over then to Mason. So Mason, I mentioned before that
Hi.
as you were sitting on the horse, gonna bring us back over to the Barovian map. When you were sitting on the horse,
Yes.
looking outwards, the nightmare that had been left for you, looking outwards, there was this, huge cloud of what looked like ravens headed toward you. Then you heard those three. Then there were these three. Actually, no, you didn't hear the harp notes. I shouldn't say that. You didn't hear the harp notes, but you don't know that it's simultaneous to that. But then you heard this sort of flapping above you, and this whole cloud of what looked like bats are headed towards the ravens. Now, these are all very high above you and at some distance, so it's not like you can go
I
jump
thought
up there
all
and
of
fight
us
with them.
I thought all of us on the map heard the harp note. What?
I don't believe you did. You were outside of the castle, remember. You're still outside the gate. The people in the castle heard
okay.
it.
Yeah, you're
Okay.
gonna wait for the forces to come and then join.
Oh
up
no,
with
I know.
us.
I
Yeah.
got that part. I just thought that I don't remember there being a
Yeah, I don't believe so, because you're outside.
They're
I
like
think
2
that's
miles away as the crow flies.
That's
Yeah.
fine. Oh, you mean the ones above my heads? The bats and the ravens.
So
and
high
the
above you,
crows and the-
so lovely.
Yes.
So so you see those things heading towards each other, and I don't know. So I will leave it to you.
Well,
as
I'm
to
gonna
what
look at
you'd
that
like
and
to do,
go,
if anything.
That's quite interesting.
You know,
Because there's like nothing I can. Yes, please don't shit on my head. Thank you. It'd be nice. So they're just fighting each other above me.
Well, it's unclear. The bats are heading rapidly towards the ravens, which are heading rapidly towards you. The ravens you might have expected as one, level of the army that you're expecting here, but the bats is not. You didn't. Yeah, that's a whole
I
different
feel like maybe I should take a slightly evasive positioning, maybe not directly underneath them when they start fighting. Is there somewhere where I can stay pretty much in the vicinity?
Yeah, well, actually, it looks to you like the bats would intercept the ravens if indeed they are going to fight. The bats would intercept the ravens some distance from you, because the bats are going to get there. The bats are basically past you when you first notice this, so the fighting isn't going to happen right over your head.
Do
Although
the ravens in
it could
any
head
way?
back
No,
this way.
sorry, I interrupted you. What?
Although it's possible that the ravens are, that the fight could move back in your
Right.
direction for sure, but it's not going to start over your head.
Do you? Is there any way? I might mess this up. It's been a while. Are we? Am I to assume that these are the ravens in raven form ravens?
I mean, there's no way to know for sure. You just know that all the ravens you've encountered thus far have been generally a friendly disposition, but
And them's ravens are so raven. So
Yes.
Trent's gonna murder me through
No,
the screen.
I'm-
murder me through the Zoom call.
I'm waiting for the line from Godzilla. Let them fight. I'm just waiting.
And now the ravens go to war. Different line, but yeah, that's now the ravens go to war. Yes, I'm gonna let them go do their raven thing because I've not a damn thing I can do to help them
Okay.
from where I'm at.
you also, as you're standing there, actually make a perception check for me, please.
Oh, this is gonna end well.
Now, this is whether you can hear the battle call of the ravens, which you probably should be able to, versus the battle call of the bats, which is ultrasonic, so you wouldn't hear it anyway.
Oh, that. Oh,
You just hear it as your
that's-
brain explodes.
glad that's all clear. Yes, I'm glad that's been all cleared up.
So
Perception
gross.
check,
What's up,
correct?
Werner? Yes, perception. Just look at that double 28 you
Perception.
just rolled, Trent.
Yeah, let's
Crazy.
see this first amazing roll of the evening. 19.
Oh. So you do hear the flapping as the bats head towards the ravens, but you also hear something else, and it is the sound of footsteps.
Your own death. No what?
Footsteps on the road in front of you, some distance from you through the forest. If you look, you can see that you're at those gates, remember, that are the gates that lead to the path that leads to the castle, because it is a little bit of a distance
with
from the
headless
castle.
statues.
Yeah, that had the big statues above it.
Right.
That's right there, and then you've got the forest that's sort of on either side of the path that proceeds. And coming from somewhere in here, you hear a number of footsteps that are moving towards you at a fairly quick pace. Doesn't sound like running, but it sounds like maybe even marching. It's not quite that military, but there's a number of footsteps that you see. Or
Well, I'm
I
going
should say
to
hear.
turn my horse around to face it, and I'm going to have a hand ready on my sword, and I'm also going to ready my sword with right of the Silver Surfer, or whatever the hell it's called.
That's interesting, and You accidentally summon Galactus, and the game's over.
Yeah.
So,
What is this surfboard thing? Yeah, Rite of the Storm. So
Okay.
my health is now 83.
83. Okay.
The marching, is there the sound of like 7 dwarves singing hi ho? As there
Oh, it's soft dark now.
and
And I'm gonna set that as wait, which 2 did I take? I took Curse of the wait. I should have. Oh, it doesn't say here. Damn it! It's Rite of the Storm and Rite of the. Where's the other one? Rite of the. You know what? We're gonna use Rite of the Storm because that's the lightning one.
Okay. All right. So you have the Rite of the Storm up, and you're poised to, like, use it on whatever emerges, or you just
No,
wanna
I have the weapon sheathed, but I'm holding onto it, and I actually, I'm holding on. One hand is on my long sword, and the other hand is on the hilt of the fire sword.
Okay. So as you're looking down, the footsteps get louder and
Actually,
louder.
one hand should be on the reins of the horse, probably.
Okay.
So I'm gonna have one hand on the sword, one
And
hand
then
on the reins.
emerging from sort of right around the curve of the forest, so that you can now see them emerging from a distance, you see a group of very strong, I think I can actually use the word doughty, warriors in front of you. And as you look down in the moonlight, it looks familiar to you, actually. You see the knotted muscles, and you see the kind of curve of the shoulders and the axe. And then you hear, like, you see the person at the front, and then you kind of look down, and you can kind of just catch what looks like might be the glint of the white teeth of the person's smile. And then whoever is at the front just books towards you, like is just running directly at you, after what looked like a big smile.
screaming, "This is best in life!"
Wait, what is it that's running towards me exactly?
This person, whoever it is,
Who
knotted
has
muscles. You can't quite make out the face details yet because you're still a little bit of a distance from
tremendous
them.
amounts of insecurity, like you said, very doubty, just overcome with doubt.
Not that kind
Does
of
this
doubt.
person look familiar to me at all? I thought this was somebody.
Maybe. As the person gets closer and closer, and the face gets larger and larger, and you're sort of staring down, and you have your at your hand at your hilt of the sword, and then all of a sudden you realize that there's only one character that you've met that runs at every problem,
No matter how many.
and breaking up over the last little hill, you see it is none other but your friend Calyx, who is running frantically towards you with his
Immediately
axe
gets
held
stepped
high,
on
and
by an amber golem.
And the horse just rears up and just smacks him in the face.
he yells behind him, "Come, come!" And they're sort of running, dun, 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 towards you.
But we're not supposed to. We're not supposed to go in yet, right?
Right, he's just running towards you.
Yeah, and I'm sort of like I'm putting a hand up and saying, "Wait,
So he,
stop."
This is
Come-
like
come to
Calvin
a
telling
stop.
Hobbes, "Wait, no,
I
don't
know.
tackle me."
Wait, this isn't. We not yet.
So
Not-
he-
no- yeah.
he catches. It seems like he catches sight of your hand only at the very last minute, and probably a normal horse would have been spooked by this, but of
But this
course,
one doesn't care.
This one doesn't care, and so he kind of, almost literally slides to a halt right before, and looks up and says, "Ah, it is you, Mason. I see we have come in time. A friend behind me have brought rest of tribe." And you can see, like, puffing up behind him are the rest of the barbarians that you recognize that you met previously in the Amber Temple. Probably about 8 to 10 of them, all looking, they've got their sort of muscles, are bulging, and they've
Stop
also got
teasing.
something which is a little different about them. What'd you say?
Stop teasing.
Stop teasing. You also, right, and they all have, fur and it. They run.
That's not stopping teasing. That's continuing to tease.
Oh, my fault.
There's a difference.
Low hanging fruit.
Hey,
So,
go back to
Do
the
that.
so as you're looking at them, one thing that you notice is very different, actually, Mason, is that
Yes.
they are their faces are heavily painted in a way that they were not before, and in fact, their arms have been covered with this sort of dark blackened green paint, and you can see even that the sort of his eyes, even as they kind of gleam. This may be one reason you couldn't see his face. Now that he's close, you can see who it is, but it's sort of covered in this black and green paint as well. And
It just came off the latest episode of Drag Race, didn't they?
yeah, right, sure. And they have, and he comes up.
Competition's very
and
tough.
says,
They gotta be ready.
And he says, I have brought rest of tribe. We have left 2 behind to guard the children. When Raven come, explain you need us. We have not many in numbers, but are strong in spirit. We will crash through the doors of the castle and destroy all who wait. And then he sort of, for the first time, notices that no one's behind you, and he says, where is grandmother and rest?
Destroyed them.
Don't you? I am all that is left. I absorbed their power. I absorbed their power, and now I am Strahd. Thank you for coming. Shall you come to dinner?
I am Strahd's son, Strahd. All right.
No, I am Strahd's son, Creed. Anyway, so I look at all of them and I go, don't worry. They are all on their current task.
Deep
And we shall have ours soon enough. But we must wait. We will wait for the signal, and then we will go in together, arms held high, and fists clenched, ready to strike Strahd and any that get in our way. And he sort of turns to everybody else, and he says, if you're looking to get in your killings today, you have come to the right place. And I will need all of your arms and legs and swords today. For this is the day where Strahd meets his end.
Riding the horse back and forth while you're doing this speech.
Exactly. If you end up in
There may be a day.
if you end up in a field,
This is only the first group, so he has to do it every time.
I was just gonna say, he's
worry,
doing
yeah.
that
Another
at
group
just
arrived.
right. And the way
Yeah.
this works, as
this
we
is
all
what a
know,
leader does.
it's
He
right
goes,
at the very
and
end
I will be
of
right there with you.
Right.
Those poor motherfuckers are going in without me. This is
right
just
at
like
the
sitting
very
down the
end
road.
of the speech. As you finish it, of course, the next group comes up. Like, oh man.
But do not worry. There will be more coming, and we will have our day with Strahd. Are you all ready?
And they all sort of rah. They don't actually. They seem like these. They seem like they're got game face on. Like they're very determined. Like they hear
Nice.
you and they're like nodding. A couple of them are like pounding each other in the arms, like rah, that type of thing. But Calix says, in a sort of lower voice, as low as is possible for Calix, says, "Mason, we are ready, prepared for what comes. But you talked of others. Behind us, we heard there were steps of others, much lighter. We saw some torches, and I caught sight as we crossed over the hill of a few of them. These do not look like warriors to me, Mason. The others, I mean."
Perhaps not. But they will fight for their freedom too, as anyone who wants freedom would.
And he sort of nods. And with that,
And they
Mason,
will need your help as much as you will theirs. We will all be fighting the same fight, and we will win together.
he nods and he says, "Back in Kresk, near the village, we spent time with the children that grandmother had sent us. They are frightened that we taught them several things during our few days with them. I taught the one that I was there of strength, courage. That one can now run through small, little wooden boards. Very proud." And he kind of nods. He says, "If given time, if Strahd found them in," and he does this sort of mental calculation, "a number of years, then they could fight him safely." And he sort of nods proudly.
Hopefully they won't need to, friend. But you forgot one thing. Fear can be a powerful weapon too. And I would not expect anyone in this group, any of my friends or anyone else coming over that hill, to not be in some degree afraid in some way. But there is one other person who will also be afraid this day. And that is Strahd himself. We will make sure of that. Now please, keep your friends, your tribe, your clansmen focused and ready. Do not let them hurt each other before we hurt the actual enemy. And, as you said, for those who are coming around the bend and are coming with bravery, but perhaps not as prepared as you and your kin, welcome them. Welcome them as allies to fight shoulder to shoulder with you. And I promise you, they will fight well.
And he nods as if maybe slightly uncertain, but willing to, willing to go along with what it is that you suggested. And you now can hear for yourself these footsteps and sort of coming around the edges of this. And as you do this, as I turn off the nightlight that I don't want from Windows, thank you. And as you do this, you see coming around the same bend before, not coming with the same rushing of purpose, however, is a group of indeed much smaller and slimmer, but still humanoid, presumably human figures, most of them carrying torches. And as you look, Mason, and you can see them kind of walking up the hill towards you, there is one in front of them who leads with confidence. He is clad in leather armor. There is a sword by his side, at his side. He has a torch in one hand, and there is a shield on his back, or a small round shield, although you can't tell what the design is from here. And he is leading this group of people up the hill. The rest of the people, though, look to be, for want of a better term, kind of the typical people you might see in Barovia, which means there's a lot of people with sort of peasant clothing, tunics, like just sort of ragged tunics with ragged pants. And you can see quite literally some of them are carrying, yes, pitchforks and torches. You can see that some of them have with them just sickles. One or two have scythes. There's a couple that have like a couple of hammers even. And there's a group of maybe 20 to 25 of these that walk up. And as you can see at the front of them, a sort of medium blonde-haired in the moonlight comes is the man in front. And he comes up and slows to a stop, and he bows his head slightly, and he says, "We have come, sir, as you had asked us to, and you realize you are looking at Ismark the Lesser, Burgermeister of the village of Barovia." And he says, "I have brought those that I could. There were not many, and there were a few who were both willing to do what I had asked and willing to come this way with any kind of safety. These are the people of Barovia," and he kind of indicates them, and they all sort of look around nervously. You notice a lot of them are looking nervously at the barbarians. They're all kind of like, look uncomfortably at that group. And for your part, as you kind of let your eyes go over the barbarians, you can see, Mason, that the barbarians are kind of grumbling to each other, presumably at whatever they don't see, from the villagers. Some of the villagers also are quite young. There's a couple that are maybe teenagers, 13, 14. But despite all of this, you can sort of get a sense that their hands are gripped around the, shaft of their hammer or their wood axe or their pitchfork or whatever. But they're there, and as Ismark looks back at you, he says, "They are perhaps not the most battle-hardened warriors that you will find, but they are committed. They have traveled many miles on this night. They go, they think, to death, but I have told them that the death they face on their feet is better than the one they will receive on their knees in front of Strahd. And you must know they have fought every part of their fear to come this far. It is the best I can do, but I hope it is something."
Every single person who stands against Strahd today will inevitably help in the greater goal of defeating that great evil that sits in that castle. I thank you for bringing who you could. And I thank all of you for standing up to make such a huge sacrifice that if we should succeed, will stand as a great testament to whatever happens to us today. Should we succeed, those who come after you will not have to live in a world of fear, a world of treachery, a world that does not care for how you live through it. If we succeed today, the future we build for Barovia hereafter will hopefully remember us for every single sacrifice we make. To ourselves, to each other. Every one of you here, look at each other. You are the ones who will make the difference today. You are the ones who will change things today. You are the ones who right here, right now are saying, this is where we draw the line. Here. This far, no further. And you will get a trend.
And you will line must be drawn here. What are you saying?
And you will do what needs to be done. All that I ask is that you do it for Barovia. You do it for the reason you believe to be the truest to yourself, to your friends, to your kin, to your family, to everyone. Do it for this land that you care so much about. And it will protect you, no matter what happens. Now, for those of you who are here, some of you are seasoned warriors and some of you are not. Those of you who have the most expertise amongst us, stand close to the front. Those of you with lesser... Go ahead. Those of you with lesser experience, stand closer to the back.
Okay, so the...
And Wait. Let me just get this out, because otherwise I'm going to forget it.
Okay, that's fine.
And look to one around you. One stronger with one weaker. Look out for each other. Stand with each other. And make sure you go in and come out together. This way, you might even surprise yourselves. Those of you who might be seemingly getting a little over your heads. Figuratively and literally. But remember this. No matter what happens to us today, we go in together. We come out together. One way or another. We stand and we fight. For us. And for Barovia.
So as you're talking to them, you see them kind of moving into the positions that you had suggested. The 10 barbarians, including Calix, all take like one big step forward and kind of look around with their arms.
Oh
crossed.
yeah, they're our front line.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And most of the villagers kind of don't do that. They kind of sort of gradually drift slightly back. There are two exceptions though. One, of course, is Ismark himself, who steps forward to, the rest of the group and basically steps up with the next to the barbarians and nods at you. And then there is one other lad, maybe of 13 or 14. Again, you don't fully kind of recognize exactly who this might be. And he steps forward. He has this determined look, and actually, Ismark looks a little, like, surprised that he steps forward and is like, Kefner, he says, this is not your fight. And the aforementioned Kafner looks up, kind of a little wide-eyed. You can see he has sweat running down his face, in the light of the torches and everything. And he says, well, begging your pardon, sir, but that thing in there killed my dad, and my mom's sick. I'm not gonna let her die too. And I've fought before, sir. I killed a wolf once with my very own hands, and I got the scar to prove it. And he kind of proudly shows off the scar on his left arm, which looks like this kind of decent-sized bite, on the left side of his arm. And Ismark says, I know, but this enemy that we are facing is it's stronger than that, Kafner. You should go with the other villagers, and you will be instructed as what to do. And he says, no, sir. By right, you're my leader, and this gentleman here, and he kind of indicates you, Mason. But I'm not going to stand in any back line, sir. I'm going to be out front. And if I go first, so be it. And he kind of sets his feet sort of shoulder length apart, stiffens himself, and lifts his chin slightly in the way that only 14-year-olds can successfully do when resisting authority. And stares directly at.
I step down off the horse.
Okay.
I sort of make my way over to Kashmir, is it? No, Kefnir, sorry.
Alex.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Kafner is what he described himself as.
Kafner?
Yep.
But where's Decafner?
Hugh Kefner. No, it's
Hugh
Hugh.
Kefner. As I walk over to him and I say, may I see that arm of yours? Kafner, is it?
And he nods. He says, oh, yes, sir. And he holds up again his left arm proudly.
I take his arm out and I sort of grab it with a little bit of force, but not enough to frighten him. Just sort of like,
You see his face kind of just slightly like kind of like it hurt, but then he's like, nope, stiff upper lip, like not gonna,
Sort of get down on onto his level and sort of, that is a hell of a scar there, my boy. Definitely gave it what for, I see.
He nods.
You stand and it does not. Bravery is very noble, very coveted personality trait. It is important to be brave. It is important to stand for what you believe in. It is important to fight. A fight that you believe in, that you believe you can win. But you know what's as important as bravery? I take my hand and I point my hand up here. Intelligence. Strategy. Planning. And knowing how to fight so that you can win. Now, bravery you have, and I sort of point right at his heart. I can see it. It's practically emanating from you. But I also need you to be smart. Remember when I said the strong should help the weak, and those who can fight should assist those who do not know how to fight as well?
He nods.
Do you remember, boy?
He nods.
You are your mother's fight partner in this war. You stand with her, and she with you. You the stronger, she the weaker. She needs you to defend her, and those around her. Should you fall here, she will have no one to protect her, and then she will have to fight alone. I do not wish that upon her. I do not wish to take that link away from her. And it is a fight you should fight for her, with her, and stand and fight next to her, and protect her. You are all she has left. Can you do that for me? Will you fight alongside her and protect her so that she can raise her head high with you when this battle is won? Will you do that for me, my lad?
Make a persuasion check for me, Mason.
As you were going through that, and you're like, you remember when I said that, the strong must take care of the weak? I fully expected you to say, you're the weak. And I am the tyranny of evil men. I was waiting for it. I was like, wait a minute, he's not
I'm trying, Ringo. I'm trying real hard to be the shepherd. What did you want me to make? Persuasion?
Persuasion, please.
Oh God, this is not a good one for me.
I
Let's see
gotta
what
do roll
happens.
20.
I'm going to give you +2 to this, actually, because you're standing right next to a flaming horse.
+2.
Wow, not for the speech, because it's finished with Flaming Horse. I see.
Speech was also good. That's why he got the persuasion in the first place.
I see.
Wow, see?
Boom.
Wham! Wow.
Like
There
I
is
said,
nothing more demoralizing than having a great RP moment and have it completely and utterly trashed by
those of you at home.
by shitty rolls. It was a
you tell
what,
them.
a 20
You tell them.
Yes. So
It was a natural 20.
it was a
Yes.
natural 20 that he
Natural
just got
20,
it.
so it was a 23.
The boy's eyes kind of widen, and you can see just like the faintest glint of maybe a tear, and then he kind of blinks and kind of, yes, sir. You're right. I'll do what I can for her. I'll follow orders, but don't send me back, sir. I'll follow orders here. I won't stand in the front then, but don't send me back. I don't want to wait for something to jump out of the night, sir. I saw you when you and the others went through the village. I was there when you came out of Death House. I saw. None of the others did. They said that I was lying, but I wasn't. I saw it, and I saw you went off. And then I see you now, and he kind of nods, sort of half impressively, half fearfully towards the horse, kind of like, and I see that you went after them, sir. You didn't let nothing hold you back. So I'll do what you say. I'll follow orders, but don't send me back all the way, sir. Please. And Ismark kind of looks at you like,
You have endless amount of spirit. And I don't fully believe that it is misplaced. But I want you to think about something for a moment. Lad, have you ever seen a chessboard?
Yes, sir. I've actually played a little bit of chess, sir. I'm not very good, though. I used to
When
play
you play
with
chess,
my
Go
dad.
ahead.
I used to play with my dad before he was killed, sir.
oh, forgive me, lad. I don't mean to bring up bad memories of sad times. Although, on that note, I would also say those memories are priceless. You should hold on to them very dearly and use them for strength and not sadness. But think about a chessboard, lad. 2 rows of pieces, all moving forward. But not all the pieces move forward all the time, do they?
No, sir.
Some of the pieces have to remain where they are. And those pieces play an integral part in the battle, do they not?
Yes, sir.
Their defense, and their resolute defense, is sometimes as strong, if not stronger, than a powerful offensive. Are they not?
Yes, sir.
So think on this. If I were to ask you to go back, could you possibly think of it not as me sending you back away from the battle, but toward a strong defense, towards a position that needs to be defended, toward a place where your part in this potentially bloody and dangerous chessboard is integral to the victory at hand? You must protect the king and queen. Those are the most important pieces on the board. And you being there will play that part. I do not want to throw away a pawn so needlessly. And there are many, many years left for that pawn to eventually become knighted. Or even greater, for it to become king himself. I need you there to make this defense strong, so we can defend each other. Do you see what I'm getting at, boy?
Yes, sir. I think I do. All right. If that's what I need to do, then, well, I'll do it, sir.
We all play our part, and we must all play it to the best of our ability. Yours is to stand strong, and should some of us fall, to keep growing, and to keep fighting, and to defend your home. And I know you will.
He nods,
Boy.
sort of.
Castle, boy, castle.
That's not how you do it. It's illegal when you do it there.
He
Left side.
So he nods sort of solemnly, and he takes a few steps back and starts moving back down towards the road. And Ismark looks at you and says, "I could not dissuade him to stay. He insisted on being part of this, and I could not blame him. But I'm glad that you said what you did. His loss will be worse in the years to come. Now, I do not know that he would stand much against Strahd. There's one further group that I think you should know that was behind us, at least one that we saw on the road. Very quiet they were, barely visible in the moonlight, and they seemed to make no effort to come closer or fall farther back from us. But
All the twig blights you didn't kill. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, right. But we stayed on the road as we had been instructed. I assume that they are part of the forces that fight for Barovia, but Strahd has many servants and spies. In any case, I thought you should know.
Those are the wine dudes, potentially.
Not necessarily.
I'm trying to remember the other part. Like it's all a jumble in my head. Like which parties we
that answer may be
recruited.
made
I'm not
to
asking you to answer that
No, it's okay.
question. I mean, I know I said it.
The answer
phrased it that
actually
way,
comes to you anyway, because as you've been talking, you notice that a last group has emerged from the woods and is moving up the hill. These are moving, however, very silently, very quietly. They carry no torches like the villagers do. They are not sort of running towards you full speed like the barbarians did. They are moving quietly and some would say
duskily,
maybe elfily, up towards you. And as they arrive, you can see that there are indeed about 10 of these dusk elves in front of you. These are dressed mostly in black cloaks and tunics. They have, you can see, knives at their belts. A couple may have swords. They look certainly far better equipped than, let's say, the villagers do, but they are not equipped like warriors as the barbarians are. And you notice that although there are, as I say, 9 or 10 of these dusk elves, and you recognize, Mason, some of these from the camp south of Varakai, you may remember.
Yes.
You recognize some of them, but Casimir is not among them. It's just 10 dusk elves here. And one of them comes forward and has this, kind of puts his hood back, and so you can see that he has this dark, long, shining hair that comes down to about his shoulders, slightly angled eyebrows, and he bows slightly and he says, "I have been bid by Casimir to tell you that the Dusk Elves have come. We are here, as was the stated goal. The prophecy, it seems, may be fulfilled. None of us," and he kind of looks back at the Dusk Elves behind him, who all stand silently, "none of us expect to see another dawn, but we will gladly sacrifice our time here, so we may strike a blow against the greatest darkness in Barovia. Our daggers, our experience and help is yours for what it is worth." And they all, as one, as he says that, all as one sort of throw back their cloaks, and you can see that there is a shining symbol of what looks like a crescent moon on each of their breasts. And even like the barbarians are all like, "Oh," like they all quiet down, and they're kind of, and the villagers too, and a few of them whisper to Ismark, who kind of, sort of like, because it's very, very few of them have seen Dusk Elves, and certainly not a group of them looking like this.
I am, and we are honored to have you here. And we thank the Honorable Casimir for having you come. This is going to be a very difficult day for all of us. But I do believe we can come out of this victorious. I must say, I am quite impressed by your presence here. I did not expect to see you, but it is a happy sight indeed. And I have a request. Will you take the line behind my friends here, and I point to the barbarians here. They will open the door. I need you to make sure it stays down. And we take out whatever follows behind it. So that we, together, can make our way directly to that point between Strahd's chin and his breastbone. And make sure it never stays shut again. What say you to this?
And the Dusk Elf lowers his sort of nods several times and says, Casimir instructed us to follow our own consciences, and I and my brethren here have come of our own free will. We have pledged our weapons and our lives to your cause, and to the cause of the defeating of Strahd. If you wish for that door to remain open, then it shall be, though we lay down our lives defending it. I am called Raonis. When Strahd took his vengeance against the Dusk Elves for rebelling against him before, it was first my wife that he killed. I have never forgotten her voice, and I have sworn an oath that though I may never see or hear or speak to me again in this or any other life, I will let Strahd's death cries drown out those I remember from her when he killed her. And so, yes, we are pledged to your service. And you can see the elves around him kind of like straighten, and the barbarians, one of the barbarians is like, like they're very impressed. Like that's no good.
I reach out a hand to him to shake his hand.
And he clasps it, does the...
Yeah, no, that's what I was going for too. Yep. And I sort of, I hold it quite tight and I say, use that. Hold on to it. You will need every emotion that we have as living, breathing creatures to get from where we are to where we must be. We must make a path directly to Strahd. And once we are there, use whatever breath we have left to be victorious. That is the only option we have. And as I say that, I let go of his hand, and I sort of walk back down to the front again, and I look at everybody who's here, and I just kind of say, you all do not believe you will see another sunrise. Perhaps we may not.
It is Barovia, after all.
But there is one object in this land that can brighten even the darkest corners until that day arrives. And it may come sooner than you think. And he pulls the hilt out, and puts all of his emotion into it, and he just puts it right in front of him and asks it to come alive.
So the sword, for a moment, nothing happens, and then the sword flares into life and sort of flame outlines its edge. And you can see for a moment the reflected sort of the light of the faces around you, Calix and the waiting barbarians, Ismark and the villagers of various preparations and ages, and of course the Dusk Elves standing there with Rhaonis in the front, all their faces kind of illuminated by the light along the blade. And there's kind of a moment of just sort of as if everyone takes a breath.
And holds it out over above the heads of everybody and just passes it over and passes it back, takes it down and asks it to turn off for the blade to go, for the fire to go back inside the hilt.
And it does, although the humor parts is that it doesn't actually go out and it just keeps standing flaming, but no, it does actually
Exactly.
go out of your
And it burns the ground around me. It's like, fire.
Never mind.
Yeah.
But it does.
And when it's out, he takes the hilt and he points over to where the ravens and the bats are. We can still see them fighting, right?
Yes, by this point, the ravens and the bats have done this, although now as you're sort of pointing in their direction, Mason, you can see that the bats seem mostly gone, as do a few of the ravens. And you see the remainder of the ravens are swooping low, coming pretty close to you as if they're coming into land.
The battle has already begun, my friends. It's up there over in the skies above us. And it will not end until we walk out of that castle one way or the other. Some may walk out, some may not. But I will promise you this. When the time comes, this bright light from this very sword will shine once more. And at that moment, we will make our way into the very blackest pits of hell. And we will take back this land. We have no other option.
So they kind of nod approvingly, and there's a sort of grim determination you see as the birds.
And I turn back towards the birds, and I'm watching them come. And as soon as I finish saying that line, I walk over towards the horse, and I'm watching the birds, and inside, deep down inside my head, I hear, "Your bloody scared shitless, aren't you, son?" And deep down inside his head, he responds to the sound with, actually, the way you can say, "Oh, right, I fixed this, so it's different." "Your bloody scared shitless, aren't you, boy? You never quite done anything like this. Always a hunter, but never a leader, innit?" And he says back to the voice, "I may be scared shitless, Savior. I'm gonna lead these men. We're gonna do what we came here to do, one way or the other. We will succeed. Both you and I will try. What do you say to that?" And all he hears in the back of the head is this. Bring them on. And as that happens in his head, Mason just goes like this. Without trying to show any of the fear that's like physically manifesting inside his body.
I like it.
Anyone.
That is a good spot for us to pause for a moment and reset. Welcome everyone in chat to day 51 of D&D with Infinity Beyond, Curse of Strahd, Ravenloft Revealed. You are watching a tremendous group of role players in Trendane, Sod, John, Rob, and Dot. And as a note to the players, we are going to take a break in a few minutes, but I want to, before we do that, get to the last two, who I have, of course, not forgotten, but I wanted to sort of set up what's going on in other places in the castle. If you like what you see in here, by the way, here, thank you for the follow. I noticed we had a couple of other people that followed as we were going along. Please make sure to support us here. There's many ways to do that, cool stuff for you and for the channel. And please spread the word about this show, because I think it's some of the best role-playing on Twitch, as I've said. So please spread the word to others also. Hi, Angeles. All right, with that said, I'm going to jump over now to our last crew, which is Agatha and Django. When we last left Agatha and Django, they had made their way into, let me double check, make sure I got the right room first before I say anything. Yes, I think it's this floor. Into one of these floors here. Thank you for the follow, Squatchy. Welcome to the Argonauts. So we are over. Is it here? Is it here? Or perhaps is it here?
It's the one with the dusty, cobwebby birthday cake and Mrs. Havisham.
I know, but there's like 6 billion levels. Okay, no, I think.
Call yourself a GM.
How big of a cake is it, gosh?
So big.
So big. All right, here we go. I got it.
It's the biggest lie of all.
Okay.
It's the biggest cake.
Wait, the cake is made of cake?
There we go. Yes. Shh.
There we go. And
Cake is made of pie. Have a nice day.
that is right.
Stop it.
I'm gonna zoom in just a little bit. So
The
chat
cake
can
is a
see what's
pie.
going on here?
Thank you, because I had to
Okay,
max out.
right.
It was like, holy crap.
Oh yeah, the harp played the 3 notes.
Yes.
Yes.
So the harp
Right.
had played these 3 notes, and let me get back over to
Was it like first, third, fifth, or was it like dun dun
A
dun?
minor
No.
chord, yeah.
It's actually do do do.
Oh. We're sorry. The number you have dialed.
Exactly.
The harp you're playing is no longer in service. Please check the musician and try again.
Right. Exactly. It's that thing when you get the line is out of service. Do 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 do. We're sorry, but this. Okay. So again, just to remind everyone what this place was. So this is in the center of which this long oak table, which we talked about before. There is this blanket of dust on the tabletop and its fine china and silverware. And in the center of the table, there is a large tiered cake, which is leaning heavily to one side. The once white frosting has turned green with age, and there's cobwebs hanging like dusty lace down every side of the cake. There is also, hey, what's up, Live Suing? There is also a single doll figure of a well-dressed woman adorning the crest of the cake, and suspended above the table is a web-shrouded chandelier of forged iron. An arched window in the south wall is draped with heavy curtains. Resting in a wooden stand by the window is a dusty lute, and standing quietly in the southwest corner is a tall harp which is shrouded in cobwebs. And it was from that harp that you heard this doo-doo-doo sound that came before.
When I look over there, are the strings actually vibrating, or was it a
Yes.
ghostly sound? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so it's still whole. Okay.
It just, well, you saw them vibrating as the notes then died away, so it's not vibrating
Yeah,
now.
but the harp is in playable condition. still.
apparently.
Yes, thank you. Okay, okay.
Yep, no worries.
But there's nothing there playing it.
No, yeah,
There's nothing they're playing it now.
that we know
And I mean,
of.
you could also walk over to the harp and have more of it. There's that, I mentioned the harp. There was also this, the lute that I said, and you could look at either one of them, or whatever you wanted to
I
do.
don't think Agatha cares. How do we get out of this room? This is a door, yeah?
And
Yes,
I think
there
this one
are
is
We're looking for
two.
something very specific.
Yeah, there are
Um,
doors
Yeah.
east, there are doors west, and there is a door to the north as well.
One other question about this room, and then I think we can move on. The table is set for a meal that never happened, right?
That would probably be your guess, yes, because you can
I
see
mean, there's
that-
no evidence of anyone eating or drinking. It was ready to go, and it never started. It never began. is my
That's
point.
right.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
That's right. And there are, as I say, the cake is still, the fact that it's in a kind of any functional condition actually is definitely odd. But you can, and the other thing I should mention, by the way, is that you only see at the moment on the top of the cake just the figure of the There's obviously some kind of wedding cake, and you see only the bride there. There's no figurine of the groom up there.
Exactly. What are these? Since I know of Barovian wedding customs, is this like a wooden figurine?
It is a wooden figurine.
All right, I cast Mage Hand,
Okay.
and I move. Oh, come here, Valley. You're coming with me. I go over here, cast Mage Hand, and I move to take the figurine off the cake.
Okay.
Oh,
Um,
no.
when you take the figurine off the cake, the entire room bursts into flame. No.
I'm
when
looking for the cake mimic. Come on, don't disappoint me.
No. When you take the figurine off the cake and you don't, you don't see it.
That's fine.
You don't
That's
see
fine.
anything. Nothing else happens. One thing that you point out is that everything in this place looks centuries old. That no cake could have survived this, even in this sort of shape. And yet, and the
Here
floor
it
all
is.
around this is dusty.
That is some damn good fondant. That's all I have to say.
Agatha doesn't even like cake, so she wants to peek behind this door.
What? Okay. All right. Are you going to you're going to open it, or?
Unless there's anything that looks like off about it, she's gonna just kind of try to creak it open and see, does it lead to another room, to the hallway? She's trying to get her bearings since we came in through the window.
Sure. Okay. When you open the
To
door,
the windows, to the walls. I mean, sorry.
you see this.
Okay.
Specifically,
Amber golems.
in here, you see that there is a door of this delicately engraved steel, I should say, that this door was that you were just opened. And there were these kind of intricate details that stand out on the inside of the door. So inside of the door, as you opened it up, there's basically what looks like the image of maybe a human king in armor astride a horse. And there are, again, this is all sort of etched on the inside of the door. So there's like a mountain, there are stars in the background, and there are right all around the inside of the door, there are these tiny figures of people and wolves too. And the door on the inside of it, as you open it from your perspective, seems to shine with a light of its own. Like, it looks as if it's been completely untouched by time. I already made reference to the fact that everything else looks really old. Flanking the door are two alcoves in shadow, and there is a dark, vaguely man-shaped figure standing in each alcove. So standing here and here.
Good God. GM blast.
Yeah, right? Okay. I creak that shut.
Okay.
I check this door.
Okay. In here, you see opulence.
Oh.
And I shall describe it.
A chaise or two.
Exactly. You see what is clearly the suite. Okay. In this room, there is a blazing hearth filling this room, and in fact, I'll show you that blazing hearth. And chat would probably like to see what we're looking at. They're like, "What are you talking about?" Right here. There we go.
I said blazing hearth.
Blazing hearth.
That's the one we probably tried to come down.
Fire, which fills this room, it's quite possible, with rolling
yeah.
waves of red and amber light. The walls are lined with ancient books and tomes. You can see some of them right here around the walls here. And their leather covers are well oiled and preserved through careful use. All seems to be in order here. The stone floor is concealed beneath a thick, luxurious rug in the center of the room, which you can see right here. And in the center of the room, over that rug, is a large, low table, waxed and polished to a mirrored finish. Even the poker in its stand next to the blazing fireplace is polished. Large, overstuffed divans and couches are arranged about the room. 2 chairs of burgundy-colored wood with padded leather seats and back cushions face the hearth. A huge painting hangs over the mantelpiece in a heavy gilded frame, and the rolling firelight illuminates the carefully rendered portrait. It is an exact likeness of Irina Koliana.
Dun, dun, dun.
Now you
Which one is
probably
that?
don't.
Figure skater?
Actually,
No,
now, let me think about this because I'm trying to think. I guess you don't. No. Did you meet them after the? I guess you met them after Arena was gone. So you just
Yeah.
see this beautiful woman. I guess when Django, if and when you come to the door, you will definitely recognize that it looks like her.
I probably at this point, because this room looks hella nothing like the sketchy place we're currently standing in. Agatha goes psst and kind of gestures for you to come over and take a look.
Is that the woman who was in the water with the that arena?
Ismark's sister, yes,
Got it.
the one
Thank
that
you.
remembers Strahd coveted.
Yeah.
And one thing I wanted to do while she was door opening, was using Mage Hand again. I wanted to pluck out the same 3 notes that the harp had plucked when we first came in.
Okay. So
Ding,
when
ding,
you
ding,
go over
or
to the
whatever.
harp, I will describe that.
Okay.
So
I mean, I'm that far away because I have a range of 30 feet, so
I didn't know you were a harp player.
it's
okay.
harpist.
So when you go over to the harp, which
Hoppy.
is down here. Oh, sorry. Sorry, chat. I meant this way. Okay. When you go over to the harp, you notice, first of all, that the harp is enormous. It stands 6.5 feet tall and looks like it
Damn.
weighs hundreds of pounds. It is fashioned of dark stained wood, and the wood is carved with images of hearts, as in H-A-R-T-S, like deer, and roses. And its taut strings are made of gut. Now, if you are going to play those notes, I want you to make a performance check for me, please.
Okay. It's not terrible.
I want you to do it minus 12.
Yeah. Let's see what happens here.
Oh,
6!
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah,
you
never
kind
said to do it well.
So,
natural one.
Agatha, you hear this like awful twanging from behind you, like what? And you turn to see Django, kind of like, I don't know what Django's doing except maybe staring at what just happened, but
All right. But nothing really happens. Just the discordant notes die away.
definitely exactly, yep.
All right. I'm out. Yeah, we're done.
Agatha just looks at you.
As it comes in, I was a weaver, not a musician.
And I gesture to this like well-lit room that
Okay.
clearly has other doors. These are doors.
Yes.
Now, keep in mind, we still got the one on the side here.
We've
yeah.
got
Yeah.
We've got a set of doors. Yep, you can actually see in here that you've got 2. It's your shadow die blocking it, John. I was like, what the heck am I looking at? Why don't I see? There we go.
Details.
There's that. Yeah, so you can actually see that there are a couple of doors to the north, Agatha. There's a set of double doors to the west, and then there's this big fire that you can see to the east.
Ugh,
that
can't avoid
part.
that, that's for sure.
It's perfectly well suited for a reanimated warlock, Django.
This one too. He's right. We should check them all.
And there's that too. Mm-hmm.
So she wanted to call me over, so I was going to peek in here, and then I do see the portrait, and I'm like, And I will actually inform her
What
of
do I need to know of this beautiful woman above the fireplace?
It is Strahd's eternal bride. The short story is she eventually is reincarnated throughout time, and he seeks her out, seeking to marry her. This last time, something very interesting happened in, was that Kresk, right? The pond? Right?
Kresk,
Barf?
yep.
Yeah. And which I didn't see it, but she apparently, the pool we were at, where Alec did that ritual.
The miracle.
Right. She entered it and then was whisked away to some other dimension. This made Strahd very, very angry. Because she was once again snatched from his grasp, or his clutches, whatever you wish to call. His original. And I
Was
wait. Who's got the book? Who's got? Do I,
I will
the book?
show
You've
you.
got the book. You have it.
I have
Yeah.
something I will show to you right now. Because
Yeah.
this picture, so you're describing this person, but the picture is the one that you see right here.
Okay.
And remember, the original, Strahd's original, which you knew about from the tome, was Tatiana.
Yeah.
But what you're seeing, and so that was the description of it. And But if it's true that Tatiana looks identical to Arena or vice versa, then yes, it would suggest there is someone being
Correlation,
Yeah.
causation, whatever you want to call
exactly.
it. Yes.
And
Oh
who
my god.
would whisk her away to another dimension?
You'd have to ask Alec. I'm not sure if it was the Lightbringer or something else. I was not there. We were investigating the kooky Abbey and the crazy abbot who was trying to create one might say, a homunculus bride for Strahd. It was not going well.
So he has and continues to idolize her, and I kind of gesture as well to this room. Must be of some import to be kept in such a state in comparison to the rest of this castle.
Quite. One wonders what Weller would make of it if he ever sees it, given the trove of knowledge that is here.
Yeah.
But,
To come back for that.
right.
On that show, Agatha comes and checks this western door.
Okay.
And
Get
Valley
rid of
actually
that.
goes onto the table. And I will stay where I am, or right about here, actually.
Okay.
Hop it over.
Does
Hop.
Does Valley have separate stats from you?
Yes, he does.
Valley use your stats.
No, he has separate stats.
I would like you to have Valley make a perception check for me, please. Then, so
Alright, I need to check and see what that is.
should be wisdom, I think.
Yeah. Hang on, I gotta look it up. There we go.
It's just a +3.
Ah, all right. Well, hopefully
It's
he'll do
Raven
better.
form, yeah? Raven
Yeah.
form.
Well, hopefully he'll do better than I did. So I'll just roll a d20 and we'll add 3 to it.
It's on the character sheet, like everything's there. Just so you
Is it? All right.
Yeah.
Well, regardless. Bam.
So we're talking a 14.
14. Yep.
So Valley kind of "Caw!" and hops down from the table to the ground and picks up in his beak something and sort of flies back up to the table and over to you.
Yes, and yes, indeed. Once I see he has something, what do you have there, you little rapscallion?
It looks to be like a wooden figurine, just like the one that was on the cake, but this is wearing a traditional Barovian outfit of what a man would wear, presumably. This
You
might
see the
be
high collar and the fluffy, the flowing cuffs.
Exactly,
Yes.
the groom figurine is what this looks like.
Under the table, though.
It was to the side of the table in the dust. That's how Valley saw it.
Is it damaged in any way?
Does not appear to be damaged, no.
All right. Well, I'll keep that too.
Okay.
All right. So I guess you were moving over to the other side door, right? Agatha?
Sorry, which side door though? I'm sorry.
The one we haven't, the only one we haven't
one.
opened
Okay,
yet.
gotcha.
Yeah.
The western one. Yeah,
All
very
right.
quietly open that door.
Yeah.
Okay. When you open this door, revealed to you is your doom. No.
Would be totally unsurprising.
Great.
Pretty typical.
Bloodbath.
That's behind every door here, Arv.
Red. I know exactly. Red satin
Jesus,
curtains
Barovia.
hang in archways at both ends of the south wall in this dark room. You can see one's here, and one is here. And between them, in the center of the chamber, stands a large, ornate iron tub with clawed feet. The tub is full of blood.
Wow, not even drawing that out. It's blood. Tub of blood. Big old tub of blood.
Okay. Okay.
Blood Tub, my new punk band name.
We can just let
You're a
that
Barovian tribute band.
Yeah. Agatha lets that be. I vote we go in this room. Agatha goes, we should move forward. And knowing Strahd, if he's
Yes,
going to
correct.
keep it in the room he frequents.
Correct. Yep. As I peek in, the blood is fresh.
Have to go closer to see.
Just give me
Heck,
one
it's like,
moment.
no.
Yeah, I
We're
don't really
technically on
want
a little
to.
bit of a time frame here.
I know. I just gotta. I'm curious. So I go close enough to actually see if it looks like that or not. That's all I really want to know.
This
freaky.
sort of strange kind of there does seem to be some kind of rippling slightly just as you look at it, Django. Like it's just kind of like slightly bubbling.
Oh, that does not sound good at all.
Just a little bit.
It's a jacuzzi, of course. Okay, you know, yeah.
Well, hot bloodbath.
And
I
as
know.
you stare at it, Django,
Damn it.
suddenly a blood-drenched creature explodes out of the tub and actually sprays onto you and attaches to the ceiling, cackling maniacally. Blood pours off its pale flesh, bony limbs, and stringy hair as it scuttles away along the ceiling.
Y'all played Carrion? Here you go.
Oh, but away from me.
Yes, it does not
Oh.
attack you. It
All right.
scuttles across the ceiling.
We're gonna
and,
close that door.
Disappears through a
Fine.
curtain right over
Oh.
here. So one of these curtains, it pushes out of the way.
Okay.
Close the door.
I just did. Like,
Great.
Like,
Agatha
what,
goes,
like a ghoul? Something?
have you never heard that curiosity kills the cat?
it had, it's sort of like, again, pale flesh and bony limbs and stringy hair. It could be a ghoul, but you've never heard of a ghoul that can cling to ceilings.
Yeah, they leap. How tall was the ceiling up here? Like 20 feet, probably.
Yeah, I mean, and straight up. And
Pass.
Yeah, let's move on. The closest door is does this thing lock? Is there any kind of wedge of spike in the?
And as Agatha, as Django comes back, you can see that Django has some blood on his front.
Something was resting in the tub. Something undead. Well, I see why it didn't attack me, because it thought I was one of it. So that's kind of a plus here, come to think of it. All right, yes, to the library.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To the library. Agatha's going to very kind of quietly and stealthily pass through and check these doors first.
Okay. This is actually gonna. Okay. So, when you open this door, what you see is the following. Sweet smells waft from this delicately lit room. A great arched window along the west wall is covered by heavy red draperies, their golden tassels glinting in the light of 3 candelabras sitting atop small tables about the room. You can see some of those appearing now. Let me show chat that as well. Tall white candles burn with bright and steady light. But your attention is drawn to a large bed canopied by silk curtains, sitting with its headboard against the north wall. Carved into the headboard with great skill is a large Z, and lying amid the velvet and satin sheets and bedclothes is a young woman in a nightgown. One of her dainty slippers has fallen to the floor at the bed's foot. And that is a good spot for us to take our break.
I was about to say that's something to get curious about.
That's a spot at the bed's foot, and so we are going
I
to
am
take a little
sure
bit of a...
her jaw will separate enough to swallow your head.
And she's like, "Didn't you see my sister?" No,
Exactly.
No.
Leaps to the ceiling.
I'm panicking for you two right now. You have no idea. I've been like,
This whole campaign just needs more Resident Evil in it. That's really all.
Exactly.
Lord, Barry,
All it
Lord.
is.
That's what
Resident
it was
Evil,
missing. That's
Silent
what it was
Hill,
missing, yeah.
Everything.
we needed more blood.
Nailed it. Nailed
you
it.
are watching day 51 of D&D with I&B Curse of Strahd. We are calling this episode Ravenloft Revealed. Again, if you like what you see in here, please follow the channel and do all those things.
Hilarious.
When we
Hilarious.
come back on the other side, we are going to check in with Weller and Alec as they continue to search around the castle and move around
become
as
the
our 3
groundskeepers.
groups move forward. So we will be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. Until then, everyone, please enjoy the organ playing and the creepy music. We'll see you in just a bit. Hang tight.
Word.
panicking for you.
And biscuits, so we've totally derailed the
Hands
thread.
above the waist.
Arv. So. Delta cream.
We were back
Well, you've
there,
got to
but-
have your priorities in order, my friend.
No, of course. I mean, that's obviously the case. Welcome back, everybody, to
Biscuits
day
and gravy.
51
Well,
of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Curse of Strahd, Ravenloft Revealed, and so far I think we've had a lot revealed in Ravenloft that seems to be
A lot of
right
weirdness.
along line with what,
A lot of weirdness.
a lot of
Yep.
weirdness.
screwed.
Exactly. So,
A lot of leaving things behind doors.
yes, that is things you're like, let me just close that down.
doors and windows.
But when
Hey,
we
Jamie,
last
what's behind this door?
left two of our heroes, specifically Weller and Alec, they were investigating the outside of Ravenloft here, and they had just come to the portcullis to see what was going to happen next before Weller vanished into thin air.
Yeah, well, I think he's in the darkness where the portcullis is.
No, I'm under you.
Oh. Ah.
Because
Stepped on him.
mine is still snapping to grid.
Yeah.
Right. I had this image though of you, like, of Alec staring up at the camera while Weller's like, if you don't mind.
But since
Put
we have to,
the portcullis back.
but since we have to obey, what is this thing we're in? Quarantine rules. I have this mask.
Oh, nice.
It's got the Pleasure Island donkey and cigar thing.
That's badass. It just frustrates me because I'm still waiting for my Thundercats mask. It's super
That's
late.
a thing to come back to. Hi.
Damn Thundercats mask. Yeah, that's exactly.
right,
So yes, you were
Marty
standing
Moose.
near this portcullis.
I'm doing a 19 to lift it up.
Are we going to Wally World? What is this?
No, it's from Pinocchio when they go to
Oh,
Pleasure
right,
Island.
right.
Pleasure Island. Yep.
Island of misfit Barovian children.
that are all turning themselves into jackasses.
Yeah.
Okay. So yes, that also again you're able to lift that up, and that would allow you to again pass through if you wish to the outer, the next portion of the castle down here to the south.
All right, let's go, Weller.
So Weller steps through and holds the
Thanks.
thing.
Okay.
This time I probably put it gently down once he lets go. Because we don't make too much noise.
Clang.
All right.
This is very much like what happened before the break. It's amazing.
Yes. There seems to be a kind of a
let's,
pattern in how this was handled. Okay. Let me describe a little bit about what you see on this side. Let's see. And actually, I think from here I can probably show you a little bit of this, because a lot of what you see here are the roofs of buildings.
Oh, that's a fancy roof.
Yeah. So let me do over on that side as well. Okay. So, here's what you see here. At the back of the keep, behind towering buttresses and tall, boarded-up, stained-glass windows, a small garden struggles to survive. Small flowers press skyward against the gloom. A pair of large iron gates, which is all the way over the thing right here. A pair of iron gates, which are
So
right.
it's-
No, that's a little bit too far down. They don't actually show the gates here, but there should be gates basically right here. But this is not a portcullis. These are two gates that are already kind of half
So
open
just
as it is.
put a line there. It's a rough
Yeah.
idea.
Yeah, I don't know why it has it set up that way, but yes. And there are a couple of what you can see even from this distance are a couple of like little alcoves here that lead to another area, although you don't know how much larger those areas would be. But anyway, there's some spot down there that has gargoyles that you can see at the very end of this sort of area to the east. And then,
Thank
of
you,
course,
Dragon
there's
Spear.
more stuff to
Thanks.
the south with another portcullis as well.
I thought exactly the same thing.
So there's
so
no
but-
doors on this side of the keep that we can see. These
Uh,
aren't any doors here.
There do not appear to be any obvious doors that you can see here, other than the portcullis, which you can see down here, another one of these things to the south,
Yep.
which is going to seem pretty familiar to you from what you've done so far.
Someone has lifted the wall for time.
It's
Well,
chest day. It's just chest day for you. Just gonna keep, or is that arm day? Whichever body part.
Arm day, yes. Torso day.
Okay, whatever.
I wonder if down the back there, maybe he's got the skull somewhere down there. I point to the east.
I don't know, but those gargoyles look interesting. I mean, it's their butts, basically.
I don't really want to fight more gargoyles.
Oh, no, neither do I. But
Well, at least there's no green flame this time. That was painful.
Patience. And somehow I suspect that they are to help prevent people from just flying in over the walls.
I guess you have a point. Because Agatha was up top, wasn't she? She climbed up. Alright, let's have a look. Just have a quick look. Go right to like the edge here and see if I can hear anything down that way. I don't know.
Okay, well they're basically a set of these double doors. I mean gates, but double gates. So you can actually see through them. They're not you're
Yeah.
but
There's
if you
no
want to
obvious
listen to them as well, you
any-
can do that, sure.
Any noise coming from that direction.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and make a perception check for me.
A 7.
The only thing you really hear is the crashing of the thunder that you can hear on the outside of where it is that you are looking.
I can't hear anything but this damn thunder.
Then you should wait and listen between the claps of thunder. That makes it a little easier.
I still can't hear anything. So, through here or keep going around? Looks like this structure here, there might be like a door to the south. Possibly.
It does, doesn't it? Might as well complete the circuit.
Alright. And we'll go down to the south
Okay.
and lift it up again.
One more portcullis.
Come
Since
on.
there's
do it.
no one to show us around when we were invited.
16.
Okay. So again, and you're able to see on the whoops. I think I actually accidentally hit an area again. Sorry about that. There we go. And
Just hold that for a sec. Well, I'll just make sure there's no door. Because if there's no doors here, then there's no point in staying on this side. And I'll just quickly like come out to the side here and just see if I can see any doors.
No, but you do see. Let me just get rid of a few of these things here. Okay, you do see. Okay, actually, I guess you would be able because that's more roof over there anyway. So you do see over here the same portcullis that you once opened and did not pass through. That was on the southern side of the keep.
Says, and there's nothing else.
Does not appear to be from what you can see.
All right, I'll just go back to her and say, nothing. Just the other portcullis. I might as well go back, I guess, and check the.
Gargoyle butts?
Yeah. We'll head over there.
Okay.
Clang!
I forgot about it.
The son of a. Okay. These doors you can just actually push aside if you wish, and when you push them open, they squeal loudly as on these rusted hinges when they open. And as you enter this area here, dark clouds overhead drizzle constantly. There is a flagstone avenue which passes between empty outbuildings, leading to a stone-paved outlook. The overlook has a low stone wall adorned with outward-facing gargoyle carvings. So you can kind of see from there that this
so
is
they're
a
not
balcony.
facing us, they're facing outwards.
They're facing outwards, and this seems to be some kind of, like a balcony area.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Yeah, is that supposed to be there? There's a token there.
I don't know yet.
Well, you better find out because we've seen
Yeah,
it.
we're gonna. Yeah,
So
I
you
assume
better know
that
what
we
it
see
is.
it. Yeah.
Well, we're gonna start making shit up.
When you
And that's
no,
Lathander, and he's here to help
Yeah,
us.
yeah,
so
yeah, yeah, no.
Strahd
Yeah,
is
yeah.
dead.
You do not actually need to do that, no. This seems to be the basically a cloaked body, or I shouldn't say cloaked, robed body, is lying on the ground face down in this room. It is not moving, and you can't make much out of it other than just that it's looks to be, vaguely humanoid in figures and features. And so that's the only thing that you see at the moment.
All right. I'm gonna immediately divine sense.
Okay.
Is it undead, celestial, fiend?
No to any of the above.
Well, it's not dead, Weller. At least undead.
I was gonna say you don't know if it's dead, but it's definitely
Yeah.
it's undead. It's definitely not undead, or at least doesn't seem like it.
Should we go say hello?
I'll do it from here, thank you.
And I will mind
All right.
speak
Wakey, wakey!
at it.
There is no response. You can speak into its mind, but you don't get any reply to it. Could be that it's ignoring you, or it could be that it's not receiving it at all. It's possible it's not even conscious.
All right, your turn.
All right. I pull out my axe and shield and just kind of go to the
More
entranceway.
gently than that.
I'm just gonna go to the entrance of the room and look around, make sure there's nothing else. Yeah. There's nothing else in this room, or.
Well, let me see. I'm trying to think if I should make you do a perception.
There's
I
nothing
guess-
obvious.
Yeah, no, not anything obvious. No.
Okay.
This is also just sort of a stone, kind of brick / stone floor. That is.
There's nothing. There's no other objects in the room, like tables, chairs,
Does
bedding.
not appear to be. No, just appears to be kind of just empty, and except for this thing which is lying here.
Clearly a couch.
Just quickly, with that divine sense, did I detect anything else in within 60 feet of me? Like the gargoyle. I don't know if the gargoyles are high enough.
No, you did not.
To reach. No, okay.
Nope.
So I'll just cautiously walk up and give the case that like lunges at me from the ground.
Nope.
Kind of tap it with my axe.
Okay.
Hey, buddy, wake up.
So it does not wake. You move the body and it just kind of, but it doesn't like come to life or anything.
I'll try and flip it over with my axe.
You do that when you flip it open, flip it over. You can see the head kind of like lolls back, and you're looking at what appears to be a kind of a masked, essentially what looks like a masked human, or we don't, maybe human. I mean, who knows? But it's got a mask on. Which is carved in the likeness of Strahd himself. It almost looks like a kind of Strahd mask, basically, even though this is obviously not Strahd. And so you can't tell if its eyes are open or closed, because again, there's this mask that it's wearing and the eyes are very narrow, so you can't really see whether they're open or not. But the odd thing about this is that clutching close to its chest, is holding a vaguely sort of coffin-shaped jack-in-the-box, or at least you think that might be what it is. It's a coffin-shaped box, basically, with a little crank on the side of it. And this, this creature, this thing with a mask, is kind of up, just sort of lying there, motionless, with its head lolling to its side, with this coffin box on it.
Can I? I'm going to check him for weapons. Other than that, if he has
Okay.
anything on him that's a weapon.
Okay.
Is that investigation or
Yes.
just any weapons? That
Because
he
I was going to
may
say,
have
like the one, because one level of it is it doesn't seem to have anything else on this creature, but then the
that right?
investigation, we'll see if there's anything else.
And while he was doing
Oh, there
that,
we go. Well, that's got a really big lag to it. 3.
You're like, nope, no weapons here.
I was going to check and see if there was a pulse.
Does not appear to be a pulse.
Is he warm when I checked him? Like,
No.
is he...
No, he's not. Now, he's not stiff either, as if he's been, you
Yeah.
know, he almost
doesn't
looks more,
he's-
well, I don't want to say tranced, but there is no pulse, but it's not, and it's not warm, but it's not stiff like rigor mortis
Yeah,
or
yeah.
anything like that.
That's what I was going to say. Like, his skin hasn't changed into some kind of... with part of the rigor mortis. or
Right.
anything like that.
Right.
What is if there's any skin that we can see? What is the pallor of it?
I would say pale white or gray.
So similar to the kids
Yes.
after Wizard of Wives.
Yes, I would say similar, yes.
I think we should take the mask off. What do you think?
That certainly carries more appeal than winding that box.
All right, I'll pull the mask off.
Okay. When you pull the mask off, you see a hideously distorted face. It is a face with the mouth is open, and it has a long, almost pointed tongue that's kind of lolling out of its mouth. And inside, I mentioned very pointed teeth. Its features, its skin is stretched back over its skull, so it looks very sort of skeletal maybe in nature. Its eyelids are kind of raked back in the same way. And its mouth is open in this kind of shriek or scream. Its eyes are blood red, and they stare kind of sightlessly, or apparently sightlessly, up at the area around.
That's a new one.
Yes.
Does he look like he's been tormented or like scarred from this? Or?
To determine that, you need to actually look a little bit below the robe, like, you know, for bite marks or, you know, cut marks.
I want to check for stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay. So as you sort of begin to do that investigation and kind of look around, it does look like there are sort of slashes and cuts, but all of these slashes and cuts seem to be in patterns along the left arm, along the right arm, and what look almost like whip marks, but all of the whip marks are in an X-shaped pattern on the back of the creature, and they wrap around from the front, like the chest, over the arm to the back in each case. You've got, like, you know, whip mark, whip mark, whip mark.
As though self-inflicted.
Yes.
Poor thing. Whatever it is.
What's the quality of the carving of the mask?
I would say, not. It doesn't look like it was self-carved. Like, in other words, it looks like it may be a little more refined than that, but it's not like spectacularly. You know, it's definitely Strahd's likeness, but it's not incredibly polished and, you know, all that sort of thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sort of reminds me of Kresk.
Oh, the Bellevues, you mean?
Yeah.
That was my thought as well, but I dare say that some of them are actually a bit more attractive than this gentleman.
Should we do the jukebox to see if it's
Oh, I really don't think that would be a very good idea at all.
all right? Well, we can leave it.
You can actually see even from since you're standing
Is
right
it
next
like
to the body.
clasping it really tightly?
Yes.
Or is it?
Yes. And you can see that on the front, on the top of it, like you can see there are these little letters that you would need to lean in a little further to see, but you can see that there are indeed letters that are printed on the top of this thing.
Okay, well, I'll definitely have a look at those then.
The letters read, "Is no fun, comma, is no Blinsky." Blinsky,
Is no fun.
comma, is no Blinsky.
Blinsky. Does that ring a bell? Anything you can think of?
Vaguely. It does seem familiar, but I don't know where from.
Perhaps we should take it, just in case.
I don't think he's going to like that. But if you want to try, you're welcome to, but I suspect the fight will start immediately thereafter.
Well, he's not. I don't know what he is, really. If you want to leave him, I think we'll just leave him. Yeah, the place we can go now is the door. The vibrating door. Unless you want to try and bash through the doors where the bridge is, the drawbridge is.
The difficulty is that I'm also less thrilled about the idea of just leaving him here.
That
Not knowing what... Six
I know is that it's. Like maybe he can help us. I think we just leave him.
All right.
Don't think we should risk it yet. If we had the rest of the group here, then maybe we'd do it. But just leave me here for now.
We haven't heard them screaming painful death, so far so good. Cross your fingers.
Yeah, my horse isn't nearby either, so I don't know.
Don't call him. Don't call
I'm
him.
not. I'm not calling him. Actually, he can't even hear me from this far away. He has to be within a mile. So.
All right then.
So just quickly before we go back, I'm gonna check the other rooms to see if there's anything in either of them.
Okay.
Each of them.
There seems to be nothing in this northern room, but as you get close to here, you can see that actually what this is, I've mentioned the fact that this is kind of a balcony, and you can actually see that this is more than just any kind of a balcony, because looking over it, you can see that a flash of lightning comes down, illuminates the dismal village of Barovia, its rooftops visible above a smothering blanket of fog 1,000 feet below. And under the platform on which you're standing, Alec, about 100 feet down, there is a stone construction protruding from the cliff face, and there are 3 dirt-caked windows that are set into it. So basically below, there's this,
100 feet down the mountain, basically.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, have a look at this. And I'll point down to it. Do you think that's where... Could the skull be down there?
Because it could be anywhere.
Well, we'll have to remember that. And nothing else of note for the rest of these rooms?
No, doesn't appear to be.
Well, he's got a really nice view, you have to admit. Though it's very, very foggy.
Maybe.
Anyway, let's go through the vibrating door.
One has to wonder if this was where she did it.
Is it easily jump offable? Like, is it?
Yes, it's a low stone wall, and it would be a 1,000-foot plummet. Although, you know, assuming, I mean,
Yeah,
it
I'm
looks
trying to
like
remember
you
the
might be
text.
able to try to get down to. You might be able to try to get down to the you know, the the stone
text.
construction 100 feet below. I mean, wouldn't be easy, but yeah.
I'm just trying to remember the text that we had from the book. Did it speak of?
Of where she threw herself to her doom.
Yeah, I was trying to think. I thought it remembered it saying something along the lines of on the walls, like on the castle walls.
I believe it did say she threw herself from the castle walls. That's why this particular vista struck my memory.
Anyway, I'll have to think on this more. Let's head to the door.
All right,
And
so you're
we'll,
gonna head.
go all the way back to the vibrating door.
Okay.
So Weller,
do I need-
as they're parting, Weller looks up at the or over at the gargoyles. Like,
Good job, guys.
and
The gargoyle's like, thanks. Wait, what? No.
Thanks, bro.
Okay. So when you get to this part, you are going to need to try to open it again because the portcullis.
I'm going to
remember,
do
is
another
closed.
strength check. See if I open. Oh,
You're like,
natural one.
You are trapped forever.
So I need. I think I pulled a muscle or something. Just
See,
Do
this
you wanna
is
help
why
me?
it's so important to warm up. I know that's difficult to do in Burrow.
I didn't expect there to be this many portcullis as that to lift up.
Right,
Not really.
fine.
So do it with advantage. 'cause
Portculli. Sure.
he's not two double ones. Here we go. All right, 26.
It was actually a save, but I'll allow it in this,
Oh,
particular
whoops.
case.
20. It's still plus 4, so it's 23.
Okay. So, yeah, exactly. 1,000 feet is only 100 d6 of fall damage. Yeah. All right. So you're able to pull it open, indeed, and holding it up, you can go through
And
with your
then do the
usual
silent
staff
drop
thing.
down again, just
Yeah.
to make sure. And
Are you
then
doing the
we'll,
silent drop down? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
This time.
I like the idea that if you don't specify, Weller just always is like, blam! You know? Okay.
he
All
can't
right.
stop it.
No, it's quite true. All right. So you are going to try to open that door. This is a wooden door leading into this place, but I will say that it is swollen and stuck in its frame. So it doesn't look like it's locked. It looks like it's stuck.
Yeah.
So you can try to, you can definitely try to, shoulder it open.
I'll
or whatever.
well, just stay back, just in case.
How far?
I mean, like the last doors that we opened up, there were fireballs. So, do you want to stay out of fireball range?
That would be preferable, yes, but if I go all the way back to Valaki,
Just a little bit farther away. That should be enough.
very well.
And I'll give it like a good tug to open.
Okay. I need you to make a strength check for me, please.
Okay, another strength check. Don't
I
natural
can't
one it. Let's
help
do
you
it.
from
Come
here.
on. 21. There we go.
Okay, so you're like, "Whoo," and with a mighty tug, bam, the door opens, and I will show you what it is that you see.
A
This is the-
thing.
This is the outside, kind of the roof area, but
This
I'm
is
going
finally the
show you
entrance.
something else.
It's a very
It's
weird
an-
castle.
An entrance.
Yeah, it's like the only entrance.
It's almost
the-
like most of the people who live here wouldn't need to walk.
Yeah.
Okay,
Because there's slugs.
but no, it's not at all what I
Yes.
meant. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to move you
Spiders.
all to another map.
Ooh,
I know you're excited.
We're finally inside.
Dun, dun, dun.
Okay. I'd like Weller and Alec to move their tokens just right to the door here, just so I'll reveal a little bit of the outside.
I'll drag a random token there. Hopefully, it's in the right spot.
Wait, hold on a second.
I was gonna say,
You can't see the area.
where the door is, so
Can't see. Hold on a second.
You got Fog of War on again because it's a different.
Oh damn it! Yeah. God,
Yes.
Roll
Okay, wait a
20
second,
with its pre-done.
I'm gonna move you back to that for just a
Yeah.
second, then, so I don't
No worries.
reveal anything I'm not supposed to.
Do,
Um,
do, 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 do,
okay.
do, do.
So it takes a long while for it to open. It continues to be. All right.
Well, like you said, it's swollen into the frame, so it takes a long time to pull it out of the.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
I think my arms are better now, Weller.
You're welcome.
Okay, now I think we're good. Sorry about that. Okay.
Hey, I dragged in the right spot.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Good work.
It's a random guess.
So let me describe what you see here. There is dim light, which is filtering in through a dust-caked window in the east wall, which is right here. And a door next to the window, where you are standing, leads to the castle's northeast courtyard. Everything in this room is coated with dust, including a large, heavy table in the center of the room. There's a thick book which lies open on a desk with an inkwell and a quill next to it. There is a broken door in the north wall up here, and there is a staircase in the south wall like this, which plunges into darkness. On each side of the staircase, and you can see one here and one here, stands a skeletal figure draped in gleaming chainmail. They are standing, sagging at attention, holding a rusty halberd.
Well, it's safe for now anyway. But any bodies, it could be undead, so just be careful. Are the lights on the table?
Mm-hmm.
Are they like wax? Are they little lanterns? Are they wax candles or?
The lights on the table are candles, which are just sort of fitfully
just
burning.
Like,
yep.
Infinitely burning candles. Very weird. Quickly check the door to the north. Just listen in, see if you can hear anything.
Okay. Okay. Make a perception check for me, please.
Perception. 12.
You don't hear anything in there. And in fact, just outside, you just hear a little bit of
that
the
was broken, right?
a little bit of the wind. Yeah. It's the door is sort of slightly hanging on its hinge. It's still in quotes closed, but it doesn't look locked. It looks like, but it definitely is not as intact as the other doors that you just came through, for instance.
All right, ready to go through?
Gentlemen, we were invited. Do we have to sign in here?
Your voice sort of dies in the dark air, in the heavy air.
Well, if you want to check the book before we go through here.
I don't want to wander around the castle unannounced. I presume we have to sign in.
And so he's going to walk over.
And indeed, when you go over to it, the ancient book here is weathered and brittle, but there is ink in the inkwell, which is fresh. And at the top of a page in front of you is scribed the message, "Please register for your own convenience and that of your next of kin." And the book is more than half filled with names, but all of them are illegible, either eaten away by time or just can't read the handwriting, whatever.
See, this is what I was talking about. Some elements of this castle are extremely civilized.
So should we write our names in it?
But just a moment.
And I'm going to cast Mending on the book.
Okay. So you do that, and the book indeed is, it looks like the pages strengthen a little bit, but the names do not become more legible. You make it so that it looks like you could turn a page without it, like, just turning to dust in your hands now, but, yeah.
That's much better. Far less likely that it's just disintegrate into dust. Am I right, gentlemen?
Your voice bounces off the wall and back to you as the skeletons stand silently.
It's a very difficult crowd. I don't have any next of kin. Do you have any next of kin?
No.
Weller grabs the inkwell, And signs guest +1.
Okay. All right.
So that's it.
I presume.
I mean, I don't know. Do you want to check this door just to make sure there's nothing behind it that we need to be worried
Go
about?
ahead. I'm going to. Now that I've
Alright.
signed, may we pass?
They don't move. They just stand there. And in fact, as you get close to it, you can now see that these things seem to be hanging on pegs on the wall. And as you look closely, you can see that the skeletons also seem to be basically on wire frames, like they've been assembled. Well, they do not look animate.
Yeah. Excuse me.
And he'll turn. He's still talking to them as though they were
Right.
and then he'll walk back over to Alec.
Okay, so you're going to try to enter this door, which is half broken anyway.
Yeah, I'll give it a little shove to kind of force it open if
So
needed.
it kind of opens to reveal a lot of other broken things, too. There is broken furniture and torn cloth strewn about this 20 by 40 foot room, and dim light comes from a pair of dirt-caked windows in the northeast corner over here. There is a narrow staircase with no railing, which is ascending along the north wall. So basically you have
So
to the
these are
south
both
of you.
ascending?
So basically to the south of you, you have a big staircase that is going down, and to the north of
going
you, you have a
down.
staircase that's going up.
I'll just do like a little marker to say it's going down. And then one going up.
And that one is going up.
Very nice.
There we go. Got a little
Very nice.
drawing. Oh, we got a downstairs and an upstairs. What do you think?
I think Strahd needs to fire his housekeeping staff. This place is abysmal.
Maybe he lives here by himself.
An awful lot of room for one man.
Well, we do know that one elf lives with him. The one that we saw at the Amber Temple.
That's who I thought that was at first. That person outside.
Oh.
But apparently not.
All right. Flip a coin to go up or down.
All I can hear in my head is Cookie Monster. Upstairs. Downstairs.
Upstairs.
Yes.
Downstairs.
With Alistair Cookie Monster.
Just thinking, well,
Yes, go ahead and flip a coin.
assuming Agatha and Jenga are upstairs, maybe the okay. Yeah. Sure.
That's,
All right, let's go.
that's
Behind
his
us is-
reaction. He's like, all right, let me... I
Are
guess
you
we're
having a
just doing
stroke?
this. It's getting to be more
Behind
young
us is-
Frankenstein all the time. It's like, why are you
Behind us
talking
is-
that way? I thought you wanted me to.
And behind us, the skeleton's like.
Yeah, I know. Oh, man.
Well, let's go.
Downstairs.
Yeah, downstairs. Let's go downstairs. So I turn around and just like head downstairs.
All right, and as you
Walk
head
past.
down these stairs into darkness, I am going to jump over to the outside of the castle.
Oh boy.
Moo-ha-ha.
Where, outside of the castle, we find ourselves here with one Mason Brockwell,
Amongst ourselves.
who currently has a group. Now, what I want to give to you for this here, Mason, is the signal that you've talked about, being waiting for is presumably going to be happening at some point. So you have a chance to basically set up what you want to do here with your troops. So here is what you have as assets. You have 10 barbarians, right, which are led by Calyx. You know the level of warrior that these presumably are, at least if they're anything like Calyx. So you know what those are about. Then you have 25 Barovians who are led by Ismark. and are of sort of various kind of qualities. They are the biggest of the group that you have, but easily the least trained, right? There's some that might be able to do some damage, but it's not obvious like, oh yeah, you're clearly a militia regular, and not so much. Farmers, peasants, etc. And then there are 10 Dusk Elves led by Rhaonis, and these are the ones that are sort of look to be well prepared for any kind of stealthy activity. They have their daggers with them. They do not seem to have ranged weapons, and in fact, one thing you notice is that you don't really have a lot of obvious ranged characters in this group. But these are basically the assets that you have, plus the ravens. And at the very end of the little vignette that we had before, I mentioned that the ravens were landing, and you can see that some of them may not have made it. You can see some of them have like cuts to their feathers and so forth. But there are still a number of them, probably a good maybe 30 or 40 of these ravens that you can see kind of walking around, pecking at the ground, roosting, and many of them also sort of staring up at you with these bright, dark eyes. So basically, that's what you got. 10 barbarians, 25 Barobians, 10 Dusk Elves, and what looks like 30 ravens remaining.
30 partridges in a pear tree.
Yes.
Okay, so essentially the way I want to run this is I want as many of the barbarians as possible in the front when we enter through. They're going to sort of be in a half-shaped circle, like not a straight line. I want them to be a little bit like more like
Can you freehand
like
that for me on Roll20? I think I know what you mean, but like
I was actually going to try to draw something on my phone and then hold it up to the camera so you could see exactly what it is.
Okay.
It's there's no real easy way to do that.
Are we talking like this?
Well, actually, I can draw it. Here, let me draw it in Roll20 real quick.
Well,
Actually, no, I can't. You know why I can't? You know why I can't do it in Roll20? Because I can only draw in one color, so I can't actually show you the difference. It's fine. Sure? They just need to be. They just need to be like this, not like this. I don't want them going through in a straight line. I want them sort of a little bit like this, so that there's a couple of people hitting straight on as we come in.
Yeah, right.
Exactly.
Right.
After that, I want a line of so essentially we're going to come in a line and then fan out into more of a circle.
Okay.
And I want the barbarians to spread out in front of whichever way needs the most pummeling, and they can shift as needed. Okay. And then I want the outside of the circle or square, whatever it is, to be the line of Dusk Elves.
Okay.
So that they're basically like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So again, they're not exactly a perfect circle, but they're taking sort of the points on the would that? How many sides would it be? Like a hexagon or whatever? Or no? Sorry. My brain is falling apart.
A rhombus.
Five. No.
A pentagram.
Pentagram. Yeah.
No, not a pentagram.
I mean, if you had the pentagon, that might help right now.
A pentagram might help right now, actually.
We brought the biggest army in the goddamn US of A to Barovia.
And then what I want in the middle is I want the rest of the human soldiers, the human force, the 25 that are left, and I want them broken off in pairs of 2. So weak, strong, weak, strong, weak, strong, or as close as they can get.
Okay.
And the idea is anything that comes against us will fall onto the front line, which is the barbarians. The barbarians will be backed up by the Dusk Elves. The Dusk Elves will be backed up by the humans. Fighting from strongest to weakest. I don't want the in some cases you have the weak in the front and have them collapse and then have the stronger people over the top of them. It's not the way I want to do this. I want to run in the opposite direction. By the time if our strongest line falls, by that point there isn't going to be much left of us anyway. Okay. So I want the weaker fighters to back up the stronger fighters and help keep them alive.
Okay.
While the stronger fighters help defend weaker fighters, and hopefully they can both sort of like 2 to 1, take on an enemy 2 to 1. So
what are you doing with the ravens?
Ravens are going to be my rangers. Okay. Like if something is coming in close and they can get a couple pecks in at it before it hits us, they're going to try to take some damage off of us.
Okay.
Before they reach the main group.
Okay.
And I will probably take my position with the Dusk Elves, so I'll be in that middle ring. So essentially, it's like, oh God, is there like a simple way to draw something on the damn?
No.
Trying to think if there's a. I thought I had like a draw, like a
Hey, just draw it on
notepad thing.
Roll20.
Yeah, can't you just draw it in one color on Roll20 at least? Because like, and you can also, I think, can everyone change colors, or is that just me?
Yeah, no, we can all change color. Yeah, you can MS Paint.
So
Well,
yeah,
I can change the color of the.
There's
of
even
the
a polygon
thing, but
function.
I can't.
You can make a polygon.
Let me just. No notes doesn't let me do. All right, I'll just draw it at Roll 20. Screw it. So. Okay, that's you're ruining my canvas here, dog. Give me some room. Okay, so essentially the idea is that you have, I'm gonna do it right on this hill here where the two horses are.
okay.
So you're gonna have the front line like this. You're gonna have 1, 2, 3.
For one
4,
moment, it looked like you're making a smiling
5.
turtle. I'm like, I don't. Okay.
And so it's gonna be, oh, hold on, let me get rid of that. So it's gonna be 2, 2, 2,
Okay.
2, 2, and actually make the we'll keep that in that direction, because what is gonna happen is that these 6 are gonna assist the front, and then these 2 in the back are gonna sort of keep our flank clear.
Okay.
And then the rest of the group is going to sort of form in the opposite direction and watch the other side of us. Hold on, let me just delete that. So we have this going in the other direction.
Okay.
So that, and again, so that's going to be grouped, you know, each one, so 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, and I'll partner off with whoever the 25th person is.
Okay. And this is
I'm
going to
probably-
be. This is going to be regardless. This is whenever you engage Strahd / his army / minions, right? Whether it's in the castle or not. I just want to make sure.
Well,
I
this is
know.
the formation we're going to make out here.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
And essentially, like, it's going to be condensed into a line as we're heading towards
Right, but then when you
the
get in
gate.
someplace, that
And
it
when we get
opens up into
inside,
that. Yeah,
this is the formation.
I got you.
So that the Dusk Elves split off in pairs. What are they?
Calix's people.
Sorry.
The Barovians.
Yeah, what are they?
The Barovians. That's all.
No.
Barbarians.
Calix.
Oh, the Barbarians.
The Barbarians.
Yeah.
The Barbarians are going to basically engage whatever's directly in front of us, with the Dusk Elves assisting, and the other 2 sets of Dusk Elves are going to watch our flank with the human soldiers
Okay.
assisting and sort of splitting in either direction. But the idea is to try to keep moving forward. The whole point of the gladiators, gargoyles. What the fuck are they again? Sorry.
Barbarians.
Barbarians. My brain has left the building. I'm sorry.
As
My
in
head is-
Thundar, who has a sun sword, just like you.
Yes.
Da, da,
There,
da, da.
the whole point of this group is just to keep moving forward as quickly as we can, and just and like I said, the Ravens should probably assist the Barbarians, but they can also turn around and help the back of us as well. But
Okay.
it's just
Okay.
it's just like forward, backward. Those are the only 2
And
directions.
Since you're one of the few people who has a ranged attack, and that ranged attack is 120 feet, being in the center, you can hit pretty much anything that's coming at you.
Right. And I'm gonna be like positioned in between the 2 groups, sort of around here, next to the Dusk Elves, so that the Dusk Elves can hear me, the Barbarians can hear me, and the human troops can hear me.
Okay. Okay. So, you are preparing all of this and kind of setting this up. And as you're thinking, one other thing I want you to think about, as I'm going to jump over to Agatha and Django, but what I want you to be thinking about, Mason, as you're putting this together as well is, because there is, I mean, you could see even from the distance that you were at that there was a drawbridge, leading into the castle. So the question is, are you going to be thinking about if you're going to try to bring your troops over the drawbridge and into sort of the whatever the courtyard is? I mean, you know, kind of the basics of the map from what Weller memorized, you know, from that model that you folks saw, but there's that. Or are you going to essentially establish what you've just put here as a sort of protective wall outside the drawbridge? In other words, presumably trying to prevent or resist Strahd's return, right? Because the assumption is that Strahd's left, at least if the plans worked. So as I understand it, you're going to make this either so that you can invade the castle after Strahd gets there, or that you can position yourself to fight back Strahd and his minions so as to give your party more time that is inside the castle. You see what I'm
Right.
saying?
Well, so here's the thing. If Strahd ends up inside the castle, we're going to keep this position and go into the castle in this formation.
If he ends up in the castle, right. I just wanted to
If
know
he
if
comes
you were
back,
right.
if we get to the castle first and Strahd shows up, flip it around.
Okay.
So that we get to the bridge. The barbarians are going to go on the other side of the group.
Okay.
And be, so basically what's going to happen is that the barbarians are going to be at the front line facing away from the bridge.
Okay.
And then, you know, the sort of cocoon of the Dusk Elves behind that line, and then the Barovian townspeople behind that line, so that should the first two lines fall, some of us can escape into the castle.
Dig it. Okay. Good stuff.
Nothing bad ever happens in there.
Yeah, exactly. Good stuff. All right. With those
Well, that way we can
plans-
join the rest of the group. So at least we can regroup and join you guys and figure out what's going to
As
happen.
long as we keep Strahd out of the castle, that's all that matters.
And I also want to make clear to the human fighters, they are not required to stay behind the Dusk Elves. In fact, the ones who are the stronger fighters are encouraged to step up with the Dusk Elves, or even with the, well, mostly with the Dusk Elves, because the idea is that the barbarians are our front line, the Dusk Elves assist the barbarians, and the people from, is it Kresk?
From Barovia.
From Barovia.
Literally the village of Barovia. Yeah.
From Barovia assist both.
Okay.
Whichever one needs more help.
Okay.
So again, we're just, it's just up the line. Like where is the line faltering? Who needs the most assistance? Where do we need to shift this so that the formation stays intact?
Okay. Gotcha.
Because if the whole way this lays out, if we don't work it that way, everything's gonna fall apart.
Yeah. No,
it's very
that's
contingent
right.
upon everybody watching and seeing what happens.
Everyone, it's not a large group of troops, so your guerrilla placements, guerrilla tactic placements are going to be important here.
Yes.
Good stuff. As these plans are taking place, when we last left our last two heroes, we were talking to, well, they were looking at, I should say, this sleeping young woman. And let me see where I put what the
Indeed.
devil map this is.
I don't like it.
That makes two of us.
Let's see.
Somewhere in this three-dimensional maze.
Yeah,
of
it's like
yours.
there's too many goddamn maps. Okay.
So many maps. So many maps.
I mean, we just leave her sleeping.
Mm.
Don't. We came in here for one very specific
There we go.
thing,
True. That is true.
and my fear is if we get
Entangled.
entangled with,
There we go.
Here we are. Okay.
Okay, can we see her face from the door?
Mm.
Probably not.
I would say not, because she's lying back, with her sort of foot kind of dangling over the edge of the bed.
And there's no other. There are these doors which I can rightfully assume goes to that scary blood room.
Yeah, which is ew.
Ooh, there's no other entrances or exits in this room.
Not obvious ones. No.
Okay. I look over and Agatha says, I say we leave her sleeping. We cannot get distracted with helping that which we do not know is innocent.
But I think we should at least try to ascertain who this is.
Oh, I reach up. Oh,
I have this image of Agatha doing this in the room. Oh, like I'm like, what?
Agatha reaches up on like the veil piece she wears over her head, and she pulls the little scorpion, little black scorpion from
Yeah.
her head.
Well, there
and
you go.
She can see through its eyes because it's her familiar.
Okay.
And she kind of whispers to it in Druidic for it to go over and try to get like. You said it had posts.
I'm sorry, did it have what?
Had posts. The bed?
Four-poster bed.
Yes, it was a 4-poster bed. That's right.
Yeah, it's gonna climb one of the posts to get a higher viewpoint of her and look down.
There you go.
Okay, you can do that.
So Agatha can see.
Good
her
on you
face.
using your familiar. That's the way to do it.
That's right. Yeah, make them.
She wakes up, screams, smashes it. Like, damn it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So.
Django says he's very proud of you right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so your little creature, your little scorpion, moves across and then scuttles over and then up, and then looks down and sees this image. And I'm going to do this because, again, I'm a little annoyed that they keep showing names and details for the handouts to give to the players when I don't want them to see that yet. So I'm just going to have to put this on stream.
I gotta see it on the stream.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Okay.
So give me just one sec here. It's not that one. Remove. Okay. Have this in blessed studio mode.
If only the GM would have prepared these handouts so he could fix
I
that.
have the. Yeah. if it's gonna tell me to use something, I'm gonna use it. All right, and then.
I'm sure he has all the
Jeez,
time
Salty
in the world
John is
outside of
salty tonight. Holy
Well,
crap.
you know.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right, so
Hey, John, you should do the maps for Emberwind.
Okay.
that's what I have you for, son. There's a huge difference.
Does she look like? Does she look like the woman in the painting over the fire?
Absolutely not. Looks very.
So, Arv, I don't see anything yet. Is it up?
She does
on,
not
I
look
didn't.
like
Put, it's on the stream. I didn't. I didn't put it on the. Not on
Right.
Roll20. Just on the stream.
Okay. All right.
She doesn't look like a dusk elf.
Ah,
No.
there we go.
Does not. Looks like a young human. I mean, commoner at 16. Although
freaky white eyes.
is dressed up though, very in real finery, and so forth. But looks, very much like 16, 17, young.
Yeah, young girl.
Yep.
Is she breathing?
Yes, she appears to be. She's asleep, but she appears to be breathing. Actually, I shouldn't say. You don't know for sure she's asleep, but she's breathing regularly and her eyes
She
are
is
closed.
breathing regularly.
Yep.
Okay. I whisper on the wind that doesn't actually exist in this room for my scorpion to come back.
Okay. Scorpion scuttles back.
I need to name him. Oh, I named him already. I decided his name is Merc.
Merc?
M-U-R-K. Like Merc.
Oh,
like Merc.
M-U-R-K. I thought it was friendly. It's like you're naming him a mercenary. Like, you work for me,
No,
Merc. I was like,
Merc.
Okay, Merc. Got it. I love it.
Well, I don't know what she looks like, so this does not help me.
Nothing about her pings of interest to Agatha in terms of people we've met or they've mentioned in their travels. Historically speaking, anything I would know.
Yeah, I would say not. Not based upon. Okay. Yeah, no, I would say not so far. No.
Agatha says, "I say we leave her."
Picture what you saw in your mind.
Okay, I picture it so that he can
read her thoughts. Yeah, pretty much. Detect thoughts ought to be good enough for this, I think. Let's see if I can get to my character sheet. Here it is. I'll use. Yeah. I think that will do it, right? Saw certain creatures, blah, blah, blah. I'm just trying to get a picture of this woman.
Okay.
And I told her, so service thoughts are really what this woman looks like. So I should just be able to come in and boop, pluck it out.
So yeah, you get a basic sense that it is an innocent looking, really a girl, that you're looking at, again, 15, 16, somewhere in there, who is, pretty, very innocent looking, dark hair, and is clearly, like the dress that she's wearing and or I should say the nightgown that she's wearing and everything is very, a lot of finery more than you might have expected under normal circumstances.
All right, but no one I recognize.
No.
No one, the missing daughter of so-and-so. No. Yeah. No. Okay.
Could well be a missing daughter of somebody, but not anyone that you recognize. Yeah.
We haven't met him yet. So then in that case, yeah, push the door closed. It's
Leave it.
unfortunately there's nothing else we come for. This
Yep.
is true. So
This one, Agatha likes playing the door game.
apparently loves playing it. Let's go. Ooh, a golem. Ooh, this. Ooh, that. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Ooh, look.
Doors
What's
are fine.
behind here?
I did say she opens it with stealth, so if I need to roll for that, you just let me know. But I do want to do it quietly if at all possible.
Yes, then make a stealth check for me, please, then, if we're going to do it quietly.
You know what? I'm gonna move over here. And actually, while she's opening that, I'm gonna take a quick look at some of the books on the shelves.
Okay.
Oh, that was a bad roll for Agatha. That was only a 2. So on this door, not so.
So you're like super stealthy, and your umbrella handle, rattles
Yeah.
against the door. Oh, no, sorry.
Knocks it over. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Damn it.
Exactly. So not particularly stealthy, but fortunately there doesn't seem to be anything on the other side. I'll talk about the books in just a minute, Django. Behind this door lies a dark spiral staircase, and the staircase basically has 2 spots, I guess you might say. There is an area which. Let me just make sure I have this. In the right spot. Shown on map. What the devil are you talking about? Okay. It's like you would not believe what I'm looking at. Like it's a. Woo. Okay. Let me just move around the map here and make sure that I'm looking at the right thing. It's an amazingly designed place, but it's not very simple.
Really designed for. They didn't add all the extra markers for Roll20 to let you know where things are.
Yeah, and in a way, and they're having to redo a lot of things anyway. Like, they had to redo a lot of stuff, basically in this. So they changed literally the map framework, and that's one of the reasons why I'm hesitating, because it doesn't totally correspond with every entry. Okay, so there's that. And then okay. Okay. That would be there. And then okay, I'm sorry. Give me one more second. It's just really confusing me.
Take your time.
And
Let's enjoy the lovely noise in the background.
Thundery goodness.
And the sounds of that blood creature going after Jenga slowly.
He left. He's gone.
okay.
It's
Are
fine.
you sure?
As far as I know. I think I would sense the blood dripping on me.
okay, so that would lead upwards to that. All right. So, okay, all right. Jeez, that was not at all clear to me. Right, now I understand. So, you are standing at the top. This is what I was trying to figure out. You're standing at the top of a dark spiral staircase, which leads downwards. That was what I was trying to figure out. So it leads downwards from where you are. This is the very top of it, Agatha.
Okay.
And then it leads downwards into the darkness, although it looks like there may be light again as you kind of circle around.
Okay. I look over to see what is going on behind me. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. So meanwhile, behind you, Django is looking busily at various books and things like that here. As you're reading through these, you notice that there are a spectacular number of sort of rare books that we have here. So, let me see. Let me have you roll just a 1d12 for me, please, Django.
Okay. 1d12. All right. It's a 9.
So when you pull this out, you see a book, the title of which, The Destiny and Duty of Godless Worship. And it appears to be some text that is basically, as you just flip through the couple of pages, talks about how the gods do nothing but enslave us, and how the better thing to do is to worship godlessness, and why it's a good thing to be an atheist even in a world where there are gods, and why, the gods just want nothing. They're slave drivers, and blah, 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 and on and on and on and on. And that's just the introduction. And it says, makes very clear that in this very extensive book, it's going to talk in great detail about, the issues that exist with the gods.
Okay, we're gonna put that back.
Okay.
No, thank you. All right, back to business. I see she's uncovered the staircase. I ask, do you wish to investigate the other door? Damn it. The other one over here.
Yes. And this time, maybe as Agatha walks by, do all the books seem to be of similar
No.
similar title?
No, wildly different. There are tons and tons of tomes here.
Oh, you
One
decided
that's
to
just
join the
a-
Republican Party, things like that.
There's
Right.
one that's just
No,
a
that was the
tiny
heretical one
pamphlet.
you just read.
Well,
One that's a little bitty pamphlet that says "Draw Tippy the Turtle."
Yeah, exactly.
Is
you
there a
too
way
can be an artist.
4-H
Is there a
and
way
you.
for me to perceive things of greater interest than other things on this shelf?
There might be. Roll a d12 for me, please, Agatha.
And I'll open the door.
Yeah,
Okay.
you creak the door this time. I did not do very
You do the
well
book
with that.
first, Agatha, and then I'll get over to the door.
Yeah. Okay. I guess I'll try to be quiet about it. Yeah.
7.
You pull out a work, and as you look at the front of it, you can see that it looks like almost like a minotaur-like creature with an axe charging towards this person on the front that is dressed in blue and white wild hair waving in the wind and holding out a hand with blue electricity all around it. And you can see that there is a hawk behind this, and it is the cover of the book, and as you open it, it is an acknowledgments page that acknowledges the various people involved in this work. Sort of cites the parents, and then the family and so forth, and then the
thank
editor. And the editor is named John Helfers, and the book you can see is called The Third Sign. It's an epic fantasy novel that you see upon the shelf.
I close it.
The author is some guy, Gregory A. Wilson, some guy.
Esquire.
Okay.
Yeah, that guy.
I'm looking for anything. Well, okay. Let's see what's behind door number 2. Door
Okay.
number 2, and then I'll.
Yes. All right.
When you
I guess
open the door,
I'll try to make the stealth check just for
you
grace.
see more editing and writing projects. No. Just joking. Go ahead and make the stealth check, me, please.
Yeah, there it is. Well, of course, my stealth is not great, so we'll see how it goes. Not really that stealthy guy. Yep, still not great.
Yeah. Well-pitched
Yank.
ad placement. Yeah, Strahd loves his obscure books. Damn, Sod. It hurt. I felt that all the way up here. Okay. So you also open it, kind of valleys, "Caw!" as you open the door, not particularly stealthy, but but you do open this door to reveal what looks like a passageway that it has 2 sort of extensions off of it. There's a passageway that goes off to the east, if you will. Yeah, but a big one, and then another one heading off to the west.
Okay. So.
I suggest we head forward before going down the stairs.
Agreed. Oh, there's so many books here.
Already advancing into the corridor.
Right.
Is that
Yeah, following.
stains in the intersection, or
Okay.
just general dirt?
To mostly, what you find mostly here is dust and some dirt and a little bit of rubble, especially in where I'm about to describe what happens next. Agatha, I'm going to talk about what you see over here in just a moment because it's interesting, and I will bring Chad up with us.
Okay.
But I'll start with to the west. To the west, as you kind of look around here, and I guess this is this Django looking, or is this?
Yeah, no, it's me. I'm
So-
literally at the corner. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to make sure. Okay, so what you can see here is I have no idea why it's doing that. Oh, I know why.
Wow.
Interesting. I
Okay.
didn't know it snapped to the grid like that. That's interesting. Okay.
Funky.
So what you see here is dark alcoves line the walls of this long hall. The ceiling has fallen in here, and that's what this rubble is that you see that's on the ground here, leaving rubble strewn across the floor. And overhead, the beams of Ravenloft's roof are exposed. Lightning from the dark clouds above sporadically illuminates the hall, lighting the faces of life-sized human statues in the alcoves. Each visage is frozen in terror. So every time you see, the lightning flashes, and it's just this abject horror on each of their faces.
Okay. Okay.
That's what you see to the west, and I'll come back to you if you want to look more about that in just a moment. Into the east, though, you see this.
Gandalf riding on it.
No, you don't see Gandalf, but you do see an enormous room.
And real quick, by the way, those stairs at the very end where I'm looking go down or up?
The ones that are at the very end go down, I believe.
Yes, they do.
Yes,
Looks
they
like
descend
it,
downwards.
yeah.
Yep,
Okay.
they descend down.
This
Okay.
monstrosity.
Okay, and I will describe that in just a moment.
That's of interest.
Okay.
Damn!
So, this area that you see to the east, this very large place, there's a mosaic floor which adds a touch of color to the otherwise dark, cold, empty tower that rises above you. A spiral staircase rises slowly into darkness, hugging the outer wall, and in the center of the room, another set of stairs leads down. So you can see that there's, stairs leading up and leading
Up
down,
and
basically.
Down. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Down here and
Right,
up over
up,
here, and you
down.
can't
Mhm.
you can't really see very well in the center of the room. It's mostly darkness. There is also another passageway out here to the east, and there is a passageway up here to the northwest.
Hey, no offense, Agatha, but unless that's magical darkness, I should be able to see perfectly in the middle of the room.
I was about to say, I have dark vision as well, I believe. Double check that. If not, I can make that a reality.
You do,
Yeah.
but it's a matter of the distance. The dark vision extends up
Oh.
and over, but it's eventually
Yep.
your vision basically comes to an end,
Comes
essentially.
to an end.
So yeah,
And there's nothing within the range of the dark vision.
not that you can see, no. Other than the fact that there's just more darkness in into the center. If you were to, you'd have to go around different places. Like if you went around and let's say stepped on the stairs like one direction or the other here or here, then you could do the full circuit. You know what I mean? Like you can see
Yep.
part into here, but if you got on the other side, you could go the other way and see the rest of it, basically going in the other direction.
Okay, well, Agatha will hobble along and come to here.
Okay.
What's out here?
Out there. Out there.
120 feet.
Out there, you can see there is what looks like a 10-foot high walkway, and from what you can tell, Agatha, this may go around much of the keep, because it sort of extends out to the west.
Oh, it's an external walk.
Yes.
Ooh.
It's
Parapet.
still, yeah, exactly, a parapet,
Parapet.
basically, right.
Yeah, that
and the
could be
drizzle of
useful.
rain continues, punctuated by the occasional
Okay.
clap of thunder or stroke of lightning, and far below those parapets are the shining, wet cobblestones of the courtyard.
Okay.
10-foot squares, Arv?
Yes?
Okay, I
Question
want
mark?
to make note of
think
this
so.
because one of these parapets may be where we have to take off from. I want to just kind of note this area, like I may have to use this to
Good
take off with the
Point.
yeah.
Yeah, I
Actually,
think it's 10 feet.
Okay,
Okay.
cool. And then Agatha's gonna continue the circle around to there and switch
Mhm,
up this hallway
Yep.
Okay,
before we get too saucy about the dark, scary hole.
okay. And
Not
this,
that scary.
just like the other side, is, again, more parapet.
Okay. Okay. So this tower probably is like a corner or something where it connects. And then it
Mhm.
continues around to the outside. Okie dokie. From here, can we see anything in the dark, scary hole?
It's the sort of same, not quite. I mean, yes, but it doesn't quite extend.
But not
The reason
enough?
I'm mentioning, right, you need to get to the edge, and if you the reason I'm mentioning the stairs is only because the stairs kind of sweep down and make it a little bit closer to the center, and also obviously would let you see lower and higher too. So, and where you're
Okay.
standing is at the foot of the stairs that go up, and the other side is the one that goes down.
The one that goes up, does it look like it just hits like a floor above, like maybe what might be an external top to this tower?
Hard to tell because the stairs kind of enter into
Yeah.
darkness essentially, but could be. It's not obvious from where you are.
Of course
that there's
not.
this-
Okay.
Hold on a second.
Does she turns, she says, "Is it a time for that familiar again?" And she kind of looks over to Valley, like, could Valley fly down and see and come back?
Yes, But the only problem is he does not have any kind of dark vision.
Oh, interesting.
And mine will not work in
Through
conjunction
his
with him,
eyes.
unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay, well that's an interesting development.
Yeah.
I guess I could send. Is there anything under these stairs? Is it like open?
There's no railing, if that's what you mean.
And there's no like wall directly
Nope.
running down. Yeah.
Nope.
I'm very big on safety here.
I say we go up and then down. We know we are very close to the top.
Yes, let's now.
Yep.
Up. Wait, did you say up the stairs go into darkness too?
Yes. Both
All
directions.
right. Let's.
Well, except for I shouldn't say that. Yes, except for occasional like flashes of lightning around you. You know what I mean?
So
Like
there's
that
like
sort of thing.
windows and stuff possibly.
Yeah, higher up.
Yeah. No, let's up first and then.
Yeah, we'll go up and then
All
back
right.
down.
So we're gonna take the stairs up, Arv.
Okay. So when Agatha, you and Django step onto the stairs,
Oh no.
a reddish light flares high overhead and then settles into a dull, pulsing red glow. You now see the full immensity of this tower. The spiral staircase circles up the tower's full height, and there is a handout which I have to show you because it's amazing, and I don't know why it's not revealed yet, but just hang in there because it's great.
No, stepping on here turns the light on. Great, it's a
will-
pressure plate.
you will not
Fantastic.
wanna-
Great.
What could possibly go wrong?
Cool.
No, I mean I don't see why you're
Yeah, screw
concerned.
clapping and magical words.
Exactly.
It requires
Okay, here we go.
effort.
Yeah, here we go. Ready?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the
Oh,
tower, 60 feet at its
okay.
base, becomes narrower as it climbs. At the pinnacle of the hollow tower, a large crystal heart pulsates with red light. Above the heart, the stairs continue upward. But as you look above yourself
Say
and the
what?
heart pulses, you can feel this. And as the heart beats, the stairs shake, dust falls, and perhaps so will you. But we'll find that out next session as we return.
Oh, damn. It's living staircase.
Wow.
Nice.
That's the freaking heart of this castle.
Uh huh. Oh yeah.
That is the heart of this physical building that is so tied to Strahd.
Oh, we just stumbled right upon it. How?
And they didn't write
Can we
themselves in,
completely-
Weller. You should have wrote. We should have wrote guest
Stab
spots.
the stairs, end the conflict.
There, Schmear, stab the heart.
When you entered that, all I could think also was, for those of you who are Castlevania fans, was Clock
Yep.
Tower. And I was
Yep.
just like, dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Man. Anyway,
There you go. Yes, Lone Wolf. That's exactly right.
the Strahd version of the Telltale
big
Heart.
Telltale
So
Heart.
I'll tell you what, I really enjoyed this session because it was a very complex session with a lot of people doing different things, and I appreciate the fact I can't do this with I wouldn't be able to do this with the sort of like starter groups, so to speak, because I know that it means that there's not downtime, because I hope everyone's paying attention, but I know that there's stuff where it's not focused on you. But the only way to do this really, and it's great because it's so big, Castle Ravenloft is so big that this gives us a chance to kind of get different feels for what was happening. And so I was adoring watching all of you do your own little sections. But I understand that means it's a little strange because most of you are used to playing off of each other as a group, and that time will come again. But it was fun for me. I don't know how it was for you folks, but it was fun for me to watch
I feel
that kind
bad
of
for
played
Rob,
out
though,
this way.
'cause he's
'cause I was
still
like-
waiting.
I was sort of digging that stuff. Well, no, I listened, but that's okay because I think
No,
Rob got plenty of chance to
I
shine
had a
with
lot
his
going
crew,
on.
too.
I feel bad because like I've been progressively feeling worse and worse as the night's been going on, so I've been getting a little distracted.
Oh no,
as the spotlight goes away from me. Not that I'm not enthralled and entranced by everything that everybody else is doing, but I'm like desperately hoping I'm not running a fever right now, which I've checked 3 times and I'm not. I
Okay,
just
good.
happen to be feeling like shit.
Well,
So
this
that's-
is probably not the best adventure at the time. Like maybe you're just picking up on that. It's just you're like your character's been sitting on top of a flame hoof horse, and like maybe that is affecting your temperature.
I probably just need a really good night's sleep.
Or
and
there's that. I mean,
haven't gotten
yes.
any of that since
that could be true.
2016. It's fine.
Let me start with Dot. Dot, I was really enjoying because you're right. Like you and Django both have been thinking like, okay, we got to somewhat eyes on the prize, but then you keep running across this stuff. You're like, oh, that's
like,
interesting. Well, that's
we're tempted.
we should check that. Well, we should do the
Yes.
thing. The bloodbath. You're like, I don't know the blood. I don't the blood. The
no,
girl
that was
in
a
the
hard no.
for you, not for Django. The girl in the bed. You're like, So it was
that
interesting
was
to kind of see. It was really interesting to see you kind of be like, all right, we got to keep moving here, and yet. Are we going in the right? And clearly, you are making progress. But this castle
We're going
is
somewhere.
definitely. But this castle is definitely huge. How'd you feel about today, Dot? Where were the lovely folks?
It was great. It was great to see everybody's RP too. Rob in particular, I thought you nailed it, sir. You got a little like pep in your step, wartime.
Braveheartian.
Braveheart, speech. So
I
which
really
obviously
didn't
we
want
did.
it to turn into Braveheart or Gladiator. And the whole time I was saying it too, I was kind of like, I can't turn this into Braveheart or Gladiator. He's not actually a leader or a warrior.
Right.
He can play the part, but that's not really. I'll get to that when my section comes up.
Yeah, it was
Thank
great.
you,
It was-
Dot. I
just thought it was
appreciate
great.
it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But I'm Dot, and you can find me online as Little Red Dot. In choose a place, a social media of your choice, a media listening platform of your choice. I'm doing something, whether it's making videos or podcasts or So check it out. I've got a new podcast called Stitch of Fate. If you like vampires and you like dark things and you like kind of crime bossy murder mysteries, it's for you. I promise.
I mean, like, honestly though, like who would like watching this campaign would like things involving darkness or
I have
vampires?
no idea.
I mean, like,
Or vampires.
it's just
or...
not on brand for this
Don't
particular
know.
show.
Yeah, it's really a reach. It's really a reach.
for the
And
show.
I'll tell you, it is they're hour-long sessions or they're hour-long listens, so they're nice and short. So you can do it in like
Nice.
Yeah.
little bite-sized chunks.
Very nice. It's not unlike our own audio podcast we do here, which is much shorter than our video one that we do.
Yep.
But yeah, thank you, Dot. I appreciate that. And yes, you should check that stuff out because Dot, of course, is a very good player, and you should listen to more of her stuff everywhere, here, there, and everywhere across the internet. But thank you, Dot, and thank you for staying awake with us and streaming for God knows how many hours. But
It's been a few, but I'm still here.
I appreciate it. Moving right along to Rob, and yeah, I will echo what Dot said. Yeah, good stuff, man.
Echo Alpha X5. What?
Yeah,
You'll
not
do
that.
it?
No one
Oh,
could echo
okay.
him. But no, I really appreciated the way that you were handling it. I mean, I was imagining this kind of like you sort of counting up the tactical, like, okay, so I got these guys, and these guys. And it gave you a chance, too, to sort of interact with some of the greatest hits from the past, where you're kind of like, yeah, my boy Calix, and there's, Ismark,
Yeah.
who you may not have remembered at first, but then hopefully started to remember. And the Dusk Elves, although you hadn't met this particular Dusk Elf, but you knew about the Dusk Elves in general, obviously the Ravens. And then figuring out what you wanted to set them up, with as well. I also really liked your conversation with Kid. I thought that was nice too. So it was interesting to see RP with
What's
you
your
being
name?
kind of
Kid.
out on your own.
Kid?
My name is Kid.
Kid.
His name is Kafner. But
My
anyway,
partner's name is Play.
yes. But it was fun to see that, and I was curious how you felt about today's festivities and where people will find you next.
I'm really glad I hit that natural 20.
Yeah, that's quite a persuasion.
Really glad I hit that. Because after all of that, because I've had some of those role playing happen. It's like the thing is when you're going so hard in, all in, putting all your chips in on red or black, and it's just like, if this doesn't go right with this roll, everything that I just said is basically for naught. That's really demoralizing.
Oh,
It's like,
and before you go on, let me just say quickly, Rob, but one thing I want to
Yeah.
note, this is just an important note for everybody out there. There are many cases where sometimes the RP dominates, manages everything, but there are other cases where the RP permits the check. Like,
Right.
had you not RP'd it that way, you wouldn't get one because the kid was pretty determined. It was because of the level of the RP that a persuasion check was even possible. And then the die roll did the
sure.
rest. But like I didn't want you to think like your RP made it even possible to do the check in the first place. So anyway.
Absolutely, and I totally respect and appreciate that, and that's just good DMing. That's just seeing how things are going and essentially playing the moment and going, well, what would make sense here? Would this actually persuade him? And if so, roll. Like, I mean,
That's the theory.
it's more satisfying. It's definitely more satisfying knowing that like in this particular case, whatever might have been the original outcome, are playing it and role playing it actually affected what happened.
Yeah.
Which is again one of the beautiful things about D&D, that as much as anybody might love, like video games or even things as niche as like choose your own adventures or stuff like that, a lot of that stuff is set in stone. Even when there's choice, it's not really choice. The nice thing about D&D is that when you have somebody who has the book in front of them, him, her, they, whatever, the ultimate decision lays with the DM, and that means that essentially you can go. Yeah, I've heard lots of DMs from different podcasts that I listen to always talk about, like, I had this set in mind and then it went whoop.
Yeah. No, you got to go with the direction of what's there, and it makes it a lot. I was talking about this last night with Brandon. That's about, and Dot and I have talked about this over and over again on Masters of the Dungeon, about the dynamic quality of storytelling, and it only happens if you allow. And in fairness to D&D, the number one rule they say off the top of the right off the bat is, you are in charge of your own game, and so you basically override any rule that you want.
Yep.
And what I try to do is make it seamless, so that you can't tell if I did it or if the book did it or if something else did it. So that's what I try to do. Anyway.
And there's a little bit of improv in all of this. Actually, there's a lot of bit of improv in this. And I mean, while in more in comedy improv than, let's say, sketch comedy, the general rule of thumb is when somebody gives you something, you run with it. You don't chuck it over your shoulder.
Yep.
It's like, it's that same kind of idea as like when we're doing this kind of stuff, the DM has to stick to some kind of framework, but within that there's a lot of room to play with stuff. And insofar as what I did tonight, it was like, I went in with this general idea and I was like, well, if this roll fails, I better come up with another plan. But also, if he doesn't get convinced by this, or if he doesn't think that what I'm trying to do, like, it's not just I'm saying this to him, but I'm also saying this with everybody else watching what's about to unfold.
Yeah, for sure.
And also they're all thinking, like, even the adults in the space are going like, we've it's very easy to forget when you're role playing something like this that you have to count for emotions that don't exist when there's no stakes. It's like there's no stakes for any of us really in any of this, but all of our characters would definitely be feeling some kind of stakes with all of this. And in this case, since we're Barovia, usually wood stakes that go straight through the heart. And I'm just, no, I'm kidding. But seriously, like, after I did all of the role playing of the, if you're feeling a lady, then don't worry, you're the lady. I mean, you're already dead. That whole kind of whatever.
Right.
I was like, okay, I'm gonna turn back now. I'm gonna look out towards Strahd's castle. I'm gonna Ravenloft.
Ravenloft.
And I'm gonna, I was gonna start naming it that place with all the traps in Ravenholm, in Half-Life, which is probably, I don't know, maybe that's a nod to something. I don't know how old this campaign is. It's probably not. Anyway,
mid-80s.
But when I finished that whole speech, I was just kind of like, okay, I have to turn back around and take a moment for myself, because I'm not actually, like, I've Lando Calrissian'd my way into this.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, am I a general? Am I really a general? Am I really a general? I'm not sure that I am. So it was a lot of convincing myself. It was also convincing Xavier, convincing all these other people to trust in me. Thankfully, I had the sword, and just, it's a lot of moving pieces, but it's also just like, am I really this person? I've never been this person. I guess I better step up and be this person, even if I don't fully believe it myself, because we're only gonna get one shot.
Yeah, you're this person at the moment for this particular thing. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. It was a lot of fun. It was great role play. My only problem was words were really difficult to find tonight. Sometimes I'm able to, like, really come up with the words precisely as I want to say them, like they're just falling off of my like waterfall list of words. And tonight there were a lot of moments where I was like, that word that I know, and
This vampire bad.
yeah, it's just like, oh, SAT word, never, it's gonna come to me. But yeah, no, that overall, I feel like I accomplished what I needed to with that RP tonight. It felt really good. But seeing as I don't feel really good, I'm going to pass this over to whoever's next on the list. I think it's Sod. I'm going to say, follow me on Twitch, twitch.tv/JuicyDarkSideRob. I should be playing more stuff on my channel tomorrow. I'll be doing music on my channel on Monday. Follow me on Twitter, on YouTube, on Instagram, and I don't recommend anybody follow me on Facebook. I have a page there, but I don't know how much longer I will.
Don't follow anyone on
Every day I'm
Abandoned Facebook.
It's abandoned. Facebook. Follow your faces, and I will see you tomorrow for Random Cast goodness. Love you all. Mwah.
Thank you, Rob. Feel better also, man.
Yeah, I don't know what that. I think I just need sleep.
But
Sod.
it's actually not Sod. It's John is next. And
Sod.
John.
Go to Sod, then
no.
come back to John.
No.
Must
Go,
be done
go,
in
to,
order.
go to John, but really go to Sod.
In order.
But no,
You have a nap to take, young man.
It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure also to have John with us. And John, you of course did the, Django. It's always interesting to me because Django has always had this little sliver of curiosity killed the cat.
Can I just say one other thing too? I'm really
Yes.
glad that kid knew what a chessboard was.
Yeah, I should have been like,
that also
no,
would have
sir,
been-
I don't.
Yeah,
Also-
we do quite, sir. We do
What-
quite.
I play long shots, sir.
We play Quidditch here, governor. Okay,
Once I
great.
played Shoots and Ladders, and it was really dumb. So John, I wanted to say that there's been a little bit of that curiosity kills the cat thing with Django. I was thinking back to looking at the house in was it in Valaki or with Lady Wachter? I think so.
Yes.
And just being like, and you're like, I'm gonna go and investigate, and the partner's like, what? and you found some stuff that man was not meant to find, as they say.
Yeah,
and there
very
was a
weird.
little-
It really scares the hell out of the cat. Let's put it that way.
Yes, and there was an element of this which reminded me of that too, with you looking at the bath of blood, not to a foolish degree, but there's definitely Agatha's like, let's move, and you're like, oh, just 1 minute, and you don't want to go over and look at something. So I thought that was fun, and it was interesting to see also the reaction as you're sort of exploring the same weirdness that Agatha is at the same time, and how both of you are like, this is oh boy.
They're two rather grounded people that are now the two people that have to find something, and they're both like, ooh, shiny.
Yep. You could argue in a
Big.
way that they're sort of playing slightly against type in the way that Mason is playing slightly against type, as you just said. So I think that's interesting that there's that going on. Anyway, how did you feel about today, John? Where will the folks see it?
This was a lot of fun. The only thing that could have made it better, although I'm glad Agatha was in her young form, but if she had been in her old form, that would have made this hilarious. It would have been like, what? Yeah, open this!
I don't want to do this.
A riot.
Damn stairs!
Don't go near the tub of blood. I could just, it would be just a hoot. But no,
Scandalous. Who
this
just
was
lies on a bed with a nightgown?
exactly. No, this was fun.
Put
and
your shoe on, girl!
leaving your clothes all over like a mess. And kudos to you, R, for handling. I don't think I've ever had, at least I don't recall, where we split a group into three because we're that kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Plenty of split up the party into two, or one's going off on their own. Like, yes, I found things out I don't want to remember. That's true. But to have three, especially in Ravenloft, obviously, so you did a very nice job in handling all of it. It was fun. It was a good time. Yeah. Agatha and myself sneaking around the castle I feel like we're literally in Scooby-Doo. I guess that makes me Fred or something. I don't know, with his mouth sewn shut, so I can't talk like
Yoinks.
the ascot wearing jerk he is. Yes. So I don't know if I would say more
I
Velma
feel
than
like
Daphne.
I was
to be
gonna say,
honest.
no, we're definitely Scoob and Shaggy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh wait, that's true.
Yes.
They're the rest of the Scooby gang doing real things, and then it's the two of us that are trying to yoink a skull.
Agatha's
Yeah.
not Velma though.
Well, she's got to be well, I don't know if she wants to be the Scooby necessarily. That would be me. Scooby.
Well, no, I'm
not sure
thinking
I
like
that
She
thought.
could
smart,
turn into
grounded.
Scooby.
See, that's what I was pointing. Yeah.
See, which one of you is Shaggy? Which one of Scooby is clearly interchangeable? It's
Yeah.
it's way
You're not
depending
wrong.
depending on the
Where's
situation.
Scooby snacks. That's all I care
I
about.
don't know. With John's
Okay, there you
beard,
go.
I'm sensing more of a Shaggy vibe.
Yeah, but Django doesn't eat. He never gets hungry.
That's
It
true.
doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
that's true.
So,
And Shaggy can't grow a beard.
you're
Remember?
Daphne.
It's like 3 hairs.
You're Daphne, I'm Velma.
there you go.
Problem
There you go.
solved.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah,
my only regret is that we now have to wait like almost a month to play again. So
I
yeah,
know.
but it is what it is. So yeah, a good
Dude,
time as
I
had
gotta go
always.
to a beach, okay? I got
know,
things
I
to
know,
do,
I know.
which is
Yes,
nothing.
Which is on a beach and nothing exactly.
Everybody judge wrong.
So go out and buy Makita Red and Doc Wagon 19 and choose your enemies carefully. And soon the third book in the audio trilogy, Secrets of Power, will drop hopefully any day now, which is Find Your Own Truth. It's all good stuff. narrated by Trend, who, nope, it is Sod. It's Sod next, but not Trend. Trend's last. And you'll see me here on the 30th. Is it the 31st, Sod, for Emberwind, I think?
Correct.
That's
Last
when
day
I'll
of the
be
month.
back. Yeah. So you guys can find your way out of the foggy forest. And your patron.
Yeah, that's right. Very cool. Thank you very much, John. And also, a quick side note: if we could, the chat that I was going to talk to you about yesterday, if you don't mind doing that after we're wrapped up tonight, are you cool with that?
Yeah,
John,
yeah.
just for
Let's
a few minutes.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
so I will do that in a moment. He said secretly as we talk about how to plot and win over Twitch chat. No, I'm just kidding. But thank you, John. Always a pleasure. Also, always a pleasure to have Sod with us. And again, we got the Alec Weller pairing in modern times this time.
Yeah.
And it was fun to see, because you had your discussion of like, I've got your back, you've got my back. And so it felt a little bit to me like that is out of the way. And so what you had to do is first this big reconnoitering around this enormous, like you have to go all the way around this building.
Yeah, trying to figure out, like, is there any, where do we start? type of
Right.
thing.
And you had
So
aspects
big.
of mystery yourself. You had the, obviously the
that
humanoid creature
That thing,
with the
if we
mask.
don't come back to it, I'm going to ask so much about that.
Yeah, and the overlook, the area right below the whatever that overlook was that you found
Yeah.
with the balcony, and then going back, entering the area, I was cracking up with Tren and Weller and all this sort of filling out stuff. But Alec, for you, I thought I was, besides the fact I was amused by you constantly having to lift these enormous portcullises and be like,
Yeah.
all right, I got this, like, multiple times. Also sort of focusing on trying to kind of, you were also aware of the skull and you're like, maybe the skull's that way. Like you had that in the back of your mind.
Yeah, pretty much he knows the goal and he's focused on the goal right now rather than trying to figure things out really, unless it comes like straight to us on the way.
Right.
So it's just, we go for giant castle to go through. It's going to take, I don't know how many sessions it's going to take us because it's probably gigantic.
It's pretty great though, this castle.
I'm going to guess it's a good 4 or 5 maps
Yep.
of that size.
We're gonna put Crest to shame.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
boy. But yeah, so it's twitch.tv/underscore. You can see me there playing games randomly. Currently going through Deus Ex Human Revolution, as well as I snuck in a bit of Dead
stuff.
Island, Riptide, and First Dead Island. Finished them both. We'll finish one and then doing the other. Doing a bit of each. And yeah, you'll see me for Emberwind on 31st, as well as this coming Monday, which is Tuesday for Australians like me. You'll be seeing Grumbler's Guide.
Wait, you're
to the
Australian?
That's exactly.
No, wait a minute.
Say,
Hold up.
you mean I'm not British?
World shattered. I assume
Yeah, you'll
South
see me
African.
for Grumbler's Guide to the Temple of Elemental Evil.
Yeah.
It's
Great
gonna
old
be
game.
Interesting.
And modern.
Old 3rd edition game, not 3.5, 3rd edition.
Yep.
So it's going to be interesting to see how it runs. And I'm going to try and hopefully get all the patches working for it. Cross fingers.
Yeah. No, I'm excited. Sword Coast Legends was great and on the channel, and I'm glad that we did TOEE. That was the vote. We did have a little bit of a vote for it in chat.
Yep.
And so, but yeah, thank you, Sod. This is great and good stuff tonight.
I'd like to know that I've pushed pretty much everyone to vote for Temple of Elemental Evil.
Because I'm so excited. I'm like, because I like it hasn't been done very much, and I played a very little bit of it on GOG, and I'm just like, everyone raves about it, and I'm like, listen, this is a Gromnir thing. Like you get to explore
Yep.
more of it, so.
And I can build a Gromnir in it, so it's perfect.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
just-
But I appreciate the indulgence.
I'm still tempted if I should make a full party of all the IAB crew's characters
Like
instead of random.
with Cade
yeah,
and Ryuvi and
Yeah.
and Fifely, etc. Yeah, I mean that would be pretty cool.
could do that. We'll see.
But always a pleasure to have Sod with us. Thank you, sir, very much. And last but certainly not least, Tren. Yeah, I mean, as I said, we were getting the kind of the Weller Alec, reconnoitering example. But then also several cases where you had your own sort of thing. Again, my favorite part with that was just you walking into the room and being like, we have to check in, and walking over, and sure enough, like there's a book that you check in on, and sort of signing the book and all that stuff. And the constant being like, we were invited, and just being like, listen, like we were invited. What the hell?
Yeah.
So I found
We
that.
have the invitation. I'm pretty sure Weller has the invitation.
Yeah, I mean, like
Yeah,
it's
you've-
true. You may have then tried to draw off the person who did the inviting, but that's not the point. You invited
I
people.
There's no time limit on it. So it wouldn't date.
But it was great. How'd you feel about today? Where will the fine folks see you next time?
I have no idea. I mean, here probably, but beyond that, I mean, we don't have any dates for when.
That's
we're
true. We
gonna
don't have any
be-
dates yet, because we're almost at the end of August. My God. So
But that means like what, 70 days till the election?
that's right.
I mean,
Crawling over broken crust to vote. Yeah, I'm going to vote with gusto.
I mean, a lot of times it's like, never mind. Sorry, religion and politics are not things that should be
Fair
shared
enough.
between friends.
Fair
Never
enough.
mind.
We can.
So, where will people hear me next? Though
Yes.
that you can go and buy the aforementioned but not linked. Choose Your Enemies Carefully. It's up on Audible right now, and soon, TM. Find Your Own Truth, which Sada, I apologize to every Australian that there is for the horror that I have. You think Strahd is bad? You should wait until you hear what I did to your fucking accent. Oh, it is
I gave you all the
I know.
tutoring videos that
I
you
know.
needed.
Yeah.
He showed you Crocodile Dundee over and over again. I'm just kidding.
and the trailer for Kangaroo Jack.
Before you say any lies, that's not a knife.
Tried.
That's a knife.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh,
But I've been watching That's What I Reckon, and watching him cook all sorts of things because fuck jar sauce. You know, it's just, the guy's great, man.
So good. I
He
know.
is so amazing. He's such a great cook. I love him. If you don't know what we're talking about, look up Nat, as in Nat King Cole or whatever. Nat's What I Reckon is this awesome Australian dude. Presume I can't tell Kiwi and Australian accents apart, because I'm pretty sure Saad is Kiwi. But anyway,
Wow. Shots fired. No one wants to hear
Now
that.
wait a minute. There are definitely noticeable differences.
There are
between the
differences,
two.
yes.
I
Holy
don't
mackerel.
deny that. I said I can't tell the difference between the two.
Ah.
Unless I'm listening
God's like,
to them
shut
right
up, you're
next
losing
to
us
each
the
other."
whole Kiwi market.
God,
All of
damn it.
Australia's lost to us.
But yeah, it's you'll Find Your Own Truth will be coming out probably sometime in the next month at most, I hope. And then within a few months after that, the first of the saga that I'm working on right now.
You really have to say it like that every time now.
I won't. I've already recorded it. I don't have to say it again. I'm just gonna copy paste. No, I'm
You just
not
have a
gonna-
button for it, like on your phone.
Right, it's just a
Saga.
sound bite. I've got
Yeah.
saga.
Yep.
Although one of the cities is named Sargad, so or
I
unless
didn't name
it's-
it.
unless
You'd make another one saying correction, saga, not saga.
I was gonna say
another
or,
one saga.
unless it's Sargad, then it's a saga.
Little
Anyway,
Laura the other day was telling me about something where she's trying to read the word saga and she pronounced it saja with it. And I was like, that'd be saga. She's like, why can't it be the other kind of G? And so I started going through. I'm like, well, that would be Drate, and if it were Jud for you, and I was like going through all the things where we don't want the soft G, and she's like, well, all right, those are all different words, though. I'm like, yes, that's true. Those are all different words.
Welcome to English.
yeah,
and it's
funny.
GIF. It stands for graph.
it is GIF. It is
Yes.
not peanut butter. I
It
don't
is
care what the
GIF,
creator
yes.
of it says.
GIF is spelled with a J.
As God, not Jod, intended. It
It's
is
also
GIF.
an actual peanut butter from like the Netherlands or something, so don't forget.
Exactly, yeah. But anyway.
Anyway, yeah, there's that. And we've got apparently some more dry thunderstorms heading this way, so I'm sure the other half of the state will catch on fire shortly.
Oh my God, yeah. Stay as safe as you can with the smoke and everything else out there, man.
No,
It's
there's nowhere to get away from it.
it's rough. I know that California is
And the
declared a state
check
of
engine light on my
emergency.
car just came on recently.
Oh well, that's.
Whee!
But maybe
It's
that's
time to
okay
change
because
the
maybe
oil.
you'll get a lightning hit to your car, and it will become like the DeLorean in Back to the Future, and that.
I
you know,
hope
that's,
not.
No, maybe not.
'Cause then
No, all that will be
steel-
left of it are the tire tracks.
That's true. And a music theme. Da, da, da. Anyway, it has been great to have the amazing Infinity and Beyond crew. It is always a great honor to DM these fine folks. And yes, I'm also sorry we won't be back till next month, but next month is only a couple of weeks away. And yeah, super excited about how well the campaign has been going thanks to these wonderful players. Chat, can we get some love for the amazing
It's
Trent Van
only a
Sparks,
month
Sod,
away.
John Helfers, GC Darkside Rob, and Little Red Dot. Amazing work, all. Amazing work, crew. And I will see you folks in various places very soon. Bye.
Indeed.
For now.
Bye, everybody. Have a good rest of the month.
All right. So that is going to do it for us for today. Really a lot of fun, and again, it's complex to actually run it also in such a way that nobody gets bored and that everyone's kind of moving along. It's a little complex to do that, but it's also really exciting to do that too, because there's so much excellent work that's being done on the role-playing thing. And this is part of the background as an author, I see these things cinematically, right? But most authors will see things cinematically, and I have a tendency to sort of see these things as they sort of like just seeing all the way that the crew is all coupled together in these various places, doing these things with Mason handling stuff like with the troops and organizing them, Weller and Alec doing the reconnoiter and trying to figure out what they want to do on the ground floor. The team that was initially tasked with finding the skull in Django and Agatha so that they can get the skull back, them sort of searching through and finding their own weirdness. So just sort of jumping from place to place, I find, is a lot of fun to actually sort of see how that goes. And it provide a lot of variety, and there'll be more of it because, boy howdy, is Castle Ravenloft big and got a lot going on in it. So it's going to be an interesting time as we move forward here, as we're in the home stretch here of Curse of Strahd, but I've been really enjoying it the whole time. If you liked what you saw and heard, I hope you will follow the channel, and I hope you will check out a bunch of the things that we have going on. I'm going to save my big schedule announcement for the end, but before I do that, I will simply say thank you to the audio listeners. I hope you enjoyed what you heard, and thank you so much for listening to the podcast. Please check us out on twitch.tv/ArvanElleron if you want to see us do this live, and otherwise, thank you so much for being here. Spread the word. You can get this podcast everywhere fine audio podcasts can be discovered, and we will see all of the lovely audio listeners soon. Thank you. And that is now going to bring us back to the Twitch viewers. So, a couple of big announcements here that I want to that I'm going to make in just a moment. But I want to first of all remind everyone: please follow the channel, as many of you did tonight. Check out the YouTube with !ArvTube, Discord with !ArvCord, Twitter with !ArvTweets. Website for all of that is arvanelleron.com. On the financial side, !Arv shop for merchandise like this, Infinity and beyond. You can get your own swag like this: shirts, hats, mouse pads, etc. You can also get stuff with !Arvtreon. That's the Patreon right over there. Currently sitting at 310 because we have a Nonstop has renewed for the annual thing, which is great. That makes that number look like super awesome. But it also is good because it means that money is locked in for that time. So I'm really excited about that. But you can get good stuff for the channel as we move forward towards a Talisman tournament, another Arvanaut Idol, and so forth. But also individual stuff, inspirations for the players, copies of one of my band's albums, professional writing critique, epic poem, an epic character background written for you. So a whole bunch of stuff that you can do. So thank you for those of you who've done that already. And if you haven't, please consider supporting that, because it really is the financial backbone of the channel. And then we've got, of course, the Twitch stuff, which is the Twitch subs. Those of you who subscribe, thank you so much. We're sitting right now at about 84, 85 subs, somewhere in there. And you can get custom emotes, custom sub badges, of course, to use everywhere with Twitch, and also inspirations, which you can also get actually through the Patreon too, to be able to help the players. So please consider jumping on board for the sub as well. On the publishing side, Icarus for the Icarus and Jelinek graphic novels. I noticed that Hillness just posted that tonight because Hillness got the pre-retail, the Kickstarter release one. So I hope he likes them because we worked hard on them, and I'm very proud of the story and the art. So I hope he likes them. And thank you so much for supporting those. Library is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my D&D 5e adventure and sourcebook, which is from Alligator Alley Entertainment. It is a silver seller on DriveThruRPG in PDF form, and we have the print proofs finally, which means that we're close to actually getting the bloody print editions out. So that's finally going to happen, and I'm super excited about that. Then last but certainly not least, Grayshade KS. Again, announcement in the next day or so. Oh, awesome, Hillness. That's awesome. I hope you enjoy it. And again, the art is great, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, the story, I'll let other people speak for the story as to whether they like it or not, but but I'm proud of the story. I worked hard on it, and the art is tremendous. So, Grayshade KS will give you details about my Grayshade Kickstarter, which is going to be, again, I'll be making an announcement in the next day or so if that's going to be happening in October or if that's going to be happening in February. So definitely let me know, or definitely just stay tuned, I should say, and I will let you know when that's going to be happening. Very excited for that project project, but it has to depends on when manufacturing allows us to do it. So it'll either be October or February. It won't be later than February, but one or the other of those things. So there's that. And then last, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, enormously important to us here on this channel, and we hope everywhere. Please do that. Type in that so that you can get the link to the Black Lives Matter resource card, which will give you information about educating yourself, educating your allies, educating your children, also getting details about policing and system, a whole bunch of different kinds of things, and also, of course, donations for resources, which will help this extremely valuable cause in a variety of different ways. And accordingly, or at least in connection to that, I do want to remind everybody this one big announcement that I promised I had is regarding the new tabletop role-playing game, which is going to be making its debut later on Sunday, 7 p.m. Eastern on this very channel. You will see Brandon O'Brien with the all-new cast of players playing... No, I didn't do that. I did this one. Playing this game, we have Nathan Blades, we have Valeria Villavicencio, we have Katie Chin and Amr Amoraz playing the amazing Sound Clash Sound Clash the Clampdown. That is Sound Clash is the game, and the Clampdown is the campaign. It is being run by the game designer and GM stage manager, actually, whose name is Brandon O'Brien, and who was on my Masters of the Dungeon show yesterday. He is amazing, and Brandon's great, and this game is going to be incredible. That's going to be 7 p.m. Eastern on my channel for that debut. You are going to love the overlay that Shadow Mage did for it. You are going to love everything about it. It's great. So it's going to be 7 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. Mark your calendars, spread the word. You will not want to miss that. Then Monday, as we've already talked about, we will have Sod back with Gromnir's Guide to Temple of Elemental Evil. Tuesday night, Tuesday during the day, we have the Patreon Field Chet Chosen Game of the Month, which is Tron 2.0, followed by, at 4 p.m. Eastern, D&D with GOG, Storm King's Thunder. Then Wednesday, we have Community D&D, and then which with the Shadow Crew. So we've got Rock God, Echo Alpha, X5, Trishy Mats, and Hoodie with Shadow Mage as your DM. Then on Friday, we have got Esper Genesis making its return, and Saturday we will wrap up with, if you've ever wanted to play some D&D with yours truly, D&D with viewers, which you'll have a chance to do on Saturday. So that's what we've got coming up there. So you put that all together, and it's a pretty big week of role-playing and gaming and all kinds of fun stuff. So I'm very excited about it. And that's appropriate since we're moving into the last week of August and what is, it turns out, the first week of my semester, because it's all starting very early. It's 2020, man. 2020. What a weird 2020. But anyway, so definitely be present for all of that, and thank you. We're really, the channel, I think, is in a good place. We're really making a difference. Thank you, Wick Digester BLS. I was just about to say the channel was in great shape. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for using your Twitch Prime sub. I appreciate it, and welcome to the Arvanauts. Thank you, Wick. We're proud of the community we have here. I think we have the best viewers on Twitch. I'm biased, obviously, but I think we have really great people and a lot of stuff that I hope people will find fun and enjoy. So thank you so much. I appreciate it. Wicked Jester is really cool. First stream you found that wasn't awful. Yay! We've successfully rose above the not awful level, people. We've arrived, Arvanauts. We are officially not awful. But thank you, Wick. I appreciate that very much. So with that said, if you folks liked what you saw and heard, do all those things. Thank you all so much. Now, we are going to do a raid tonight, and a raid is really simple. The way we do that is as follows. If you like what you saw, assuming you can stick around for this. If you are not a sub, you're going to do this, which is the Arvanauts Have Landed, followed by Twitch Raid. That's lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. Excuse me. If you are a sub, you're going to do this instead, which is Arvane Hype, A-R-V-A-N-E, all lowercase, uppercase H, lowercase Y-P-E. You'll note that Wick Digester will be able to do this now, because now Wick Digester is a sub. Followed by the Arvanauts Have Landed, followed by Twitch Raid, followed by Arvane Roar, A-R-V-A-N-E, all lowercase, uppercase R, lowercase O-A-R. When you get brought over auto-magically to the person that we are going to raid. And the person that we are going to raid is... Let me see what we've got. I think I know what I'm going to do. Yes. Okay. Yes, I know who we're going to raid. So we are going to head over there to do the raid. in just a moment. Yeah, so make sure that you do that, and then you can head off to bed or wherever you want, or hopefully you'll find a stream that you like. Stick around there too. Thank you to my wonderful mods, best in the business: Rudenel, Coven Guy, Dragonspear, Hillness, It's Law, Jedi Burner, Rock God, Shadow Mage, and of course Sod. I'll come back to the players in a minute. Thank you so much as well to my subscribers: Rudenel, Coven Guy, Dragonspear, Hillness, It's Law, Jedi Burner, Rock God, Shadow Mage, Sod, Echo Elf X5, Nonstop, Crit Twitch, Gone Eden, JLC, Lone Wolf, Mrs. Dunsel, Radio Johnny Panda, Trendane, and of course Wick Jester, who just subscribed just now. I also want to say, first of all, thank you to my Patreon supporters that don't necessarily show up always in that list, but are very much appreciated and are hugely important. I also really want to thank Echo Alpha X5 for the streamer introduction tonight. I know that Echo is largely retired from those because they take a lot of work and they take up time with the beginning of the stream, but this was a case where it really made sense to do it, and so thank you for doing that, Echo. I appreciate it, and I think it came out really nicely, and I think Kilobyte would have been proud to have those words said about him. So thanks, Echo. I appreciate that. Thank you also to my wonderful players, to my wonderful viewers. Excuse me. I'll get to my players. 1FPS, another TT viewer, Aiton, Commander Root, Dinu, iShield, Holocalum, Kajuru, Light and Passion, Lurks, Nyahu, PKD Fan, Remistino, U Christensen, VNK, and Virgo Praz. And I think I mentioned all the other ones. Yes. And thank you to all my viewers, and special thanks to my wonderful players. Thank you to Trendane, thank you to Sod, thank you to John, thank you to Rob, and thank you to Little Red Dot for their amazing role playing and just being good all around people. Thank you all so much for being a part of this campaign. That's going to do it for me. I'm going to head out now. I will see you folks for Sound Clash, the Clampdown, 7 p.m. Eastern on my channel with Brandon O'Brien and company. Otherwise, everyone stick around for the raid, and I will see you lovely people very soon. Until then, everyone be good to each other. Have a good night.